the open session of the National School District Governing Board meeting tonight. Welcome. And I'm going to ask Giancarlo Guerrero to please lead us the Pledge of Allegiance.
So you stand up and put your right hand over your heart. Ready? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Will you please call the roll?
Mr. Miento?
Present.
Ms. Avalos?
Present.
Ms. Bettencourt Castañeda?
Present.
Ms. Lizarra?
Present.
Ms. Gates?
Present. All right, item number 5 tonight is presentations, and item 5A. Item 5A is a presentation by John Otis School students, and Principal Brian Vine will be leading us with this.
Okay, good evening, Board President, trustees, and Executive Cabinet. My name is Brian Vine. I am the proud principal of John Otis. Can I have my kiddos come here? Come here, Tigers. Come on up. They are going to be giving you just a little snippet of our future FOSS pilot curriculum that we're going to have coming up pretty soon. And I keep forgetting it, but I keep saying it. FOSS stands for Full Option Science System. And it's pretty cool stuff. Are you guys ready? Come on.
FOSS gave us a hands-on experience where we learned about physical and chemical weathering through experiments. These experiments were engaging and were a lot of fun. In addition to being fun, I feel that we learned so much. FOSS and Rightful presents ensures an inclusive, equitable, and quality education that promotes lifelong learning for all students. Physical weathering is the process where rocks are broken down into smaller rocks, but most importantly, their chemical composition isn't changed. We learned how temperature and water can cause physical weather through ice wedging and abrasion.
Two types of physical weathering we experimented with were ice expansion and abrasion. We filled a bottle with water and froze it. The next day, the bottle was shattered. We took notes on how much the water expanded and the power it had. This happens to rocks too. Trapped water in rocks freezes and then it expands. It breaks the rock into smaller pieces. We also put rocks in tubes and shook them as hard as we can to simulate how abrasion works. When rocks crash into each other in rivers, this smooths some rocks while turning others into dust. Acid rain, well, that's a different type of weathering. We also learned about chemical weathering, where the chemical composition of the object is changed. Did you know that oxygen makes iron turn into iron oxide or rust? Well, thanks to Mr. B, I do. We put different rocks into tubes with vinegar to simulate acid rain. Some rocks were more affected than others. This is similar to how some statues are being damaged by acid rain.
Where do we see physical weathering today? When we pick up a smooth rock, perfect for skipping, it becomes smooth from abrasion as it travels throughout a river. When you visit natural park and see the unique rock forming, the abrasion caused by the wind here in San Diego, when we see giant granite bordered down, cracked down the middle, that wasn't a giant, it was a hammer that was expensive. They are all natural erosion processing that have shaped our city, our state, our country, and other. Grand Canyon is a perfect example for physical quality at work. We made streams able to demonstrate how the Grand Canyon was created. We mixed different sediment together, including gravel, sand, and clay, and slowly ran water through it. This caused the water to move the earth material, forming a canyon and a alluvial fan, and included to be able to see how the Grand Canyon was formed in our very own past and now from the past like a video. Thank you for having
Congratulations, children. Don't go. I need to congratulate you. I'm Lucina. I'm one of your board members. And thank you for explaining all to us. I have a question for you. Do you know that the tier of water is not, can break a rock too? It is not because of the strength, it's because of the persistence. So please, be persistent in your studies. This is gonna take you all over the places. You chose a lot of course, and a lot of things and the planet too. Planets is in constant moving, so you're gonna move to middle school and high school. I want you to be persistent in finishing what you show us today. Thank you for showing us that the world is in constant moving. All right, so this is for you. You can be persistent in your studies and don't ever stop investigating and questioning. Okay, so this is for Giancarlo Guerrero. Thank you, Giancarlo. This is also for Ariel Sanchez. For Nicholas Carrion. There you go. Thank you for your lessons.
And one of the authors, if you look at your book, is Matt de la Pena, and he actually went to school in National City and grew up to be a famous author. And went to Lincoln Acres.
All right.
Good job,
You mentioned the ice blowing up the bottle. I had to wake up the other morning because my freezer started digging at about, was it 5:30? Because we had put water bottles in the freezer. And they expanded enough from freezing that they popped my freezer door open. I was not ready to be awake at 5:30, my friends. So I should have had you do this first so that I was paying attention. So I'm 2 days too late.
Thank you, Dolores.
Thank you. Item 5B is to recognize Marilyn Aguilla as a National School District Strive volunteer again for buying.
Okay, can I have, what is Marilyn? Come up here, please. Yeah. Over here. Okay, thank you again. I have the honor of recognizing John Otis's amazing volunteer, Marilyn Lopez Aguilla. Marilyn has been a part of our John Otis community for, I guesstimated 3.5 years, right? Here's why. She has 3 wonderful children, and all three of them attended John Otis. One starting in 6th grade, who is now in high school, right? Okay, got that right. One in junior high, and one in 5th grade. All right. Okay. Marilyn is currently a dedicated PTA member and is also our PTA president. When I say dedicated, the word is almost an understatement for her. She is more dedicated. She is more than dedicated. She is at John Otis every single day, looking to find ways to better our school and love our students and staff. She and her amazing PT members run every event at John Otis. Fall Festival, Valentine's Dance, Turkey Trot, Pictures with Santa, 6th grade prom, book fair, and many, many more family and community events. I always say the safest campus is one with family on it every day. That's what Marilyn is. She is family. I was super happy to learn last year that Marilyn's a hugger. And if you know me, I'm a hugger. And it's little gestures like this that makes Marilyn shine and a part of our John Otis family. Please, please, please never leave. Marilyn, thank you so much for everything you do at John Otis, and congratulations for being our Shine District volunteer.
Well, now on behalf of Dr. Brady and the board and all of us here, I think it's wonderful that you have taken the time to come out of your home and your lovely family and come and volunteer at our schools. You definitely are shining. You do shine. Even when you smile, you're shining. And we appreciate everything you do. And my goodness gracious, what more could I say that the principal here hasn't said already? You've done everything you possibly could. And this is why you have been the Volunteer of the Month, from recognizing your noteworthy contributions to the children and families in the National School District. Thank you so much. We are honored to have you in our school. Don't leave. We need you.
And the microphone too. Well, I have to say thank you, and thank you to my family too. I love you guys. And thank you, Mr. Vine, as well, for creating such a beautiful team. The other PTA moms, the other PTA moms are not here, but I have to thank them as well because they are a huge part of what I do as a volunteer, and without them, I wouldn't be able to do any of this, as well as Mr. Vine and our admin team. So thank you so much, and thank you to the board as well for everything you do for our kids. Thank you.
I told her
Look at those flowers, not much bite.
Dinner.
You're welcome. All right.
Thank you to you. Thank you for all that you do and to your family for all your support. It's always a family that is so dedicated. Thank you. Item 5C, recognize Shauna Hall, Special Education Teachers Central School as the National School District Employee of the Month for November 2024. Principal Catherine Cartoccio, roll call.
Good evening, President, trustees, and cabinet. I'm so honored to be here today. I am here to present to Ms. Shauna Hall, whose unwavering dedication to creating a positive and engaging learning environment has really set her apart. Mrs. Hall's commitment to each student's growth shines through in her innovative lesson planning, compassionate approach, and tireless efforts to support all of her learners. She consistently goes above and beyond to create a classroom where students feel valued, respected, and inspired to achieve their best. And if any of you have ever been in her classroom, it is an experience, because when I say she does everything, she does do everything in the moment. She has an arsenal of books ready to change in a moment. I've never seen anybody move seamlessly between children and have everybody engaged the way that Mrs. Hall has. And Mrs. Hall's structured and supportive classroom environment empowers her students daily. Her smooth transitions from community circles to engaging learning centers allows her students to thrive in a calm, positive atmosphere. With her aides, Mrs. Hall provides individualized academic and emotional support to ensure every student has the tools to succeed. Her use of instructional strategies like choice boards foster independence and confidence in her students, empowering them to reach their full potential. We're grateful for Mrs. Hall's contributions to our school community, and we congratulate her on this well-deserved recognition. It is calm. If anybody has seen you, we know it's calm.
Yeah.
Well, it gives me great pleasure to present to you today on behalf of the governing board and cabinet this very small token of appreciation to you and to be able to write notes to yourself and to make sure you don't forget anything. Because you're very calm. That's me, right? Unless you're especially But thank you for all that you do for our children in our district.
Thank you
And
very much.
congratulations.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
To introduce anybody here. And then we'll take pictures.
Oh, okay, thank you. Thank you, board trustees. Did I get everyone? Cabinet, thank you. I just want to say, as was said earlier by our youngsters that were here, that the ability to shine is not just our students. The ability and the support that I have received here in terms of from my team of support providers, because I do teach special ed, the admin at the district office, the board, especially my staff, and of course admin at our school. I'm just having the necessary means in terms of like support staff. As we all know, that's just, super important, and just the tools that we all need. And I feel like that when that need is brought up, I always feel like that it's heard and that things happen. And I appreciate that. And I appreciate the opportunity to be able to shine and to just basically, I know it's cliche, but I do love what I do. Love this community and the students. I just couldn't be happier. So thank you all very much. And thanks to my family, my husband, and my mom and dad. And my mom was a teacher for like 25 years too. And every day.
A chip off the old block.
I think she's past me.
Yeah, she still does. She still does.
I love you.
I recognize you from Valley. I was at Lexington. Oh, really? Yeah, she's up for a few years. Thank you.
Well, usually this is the time where I let people know that if they have homework to do, they're allowed to, but they did this already. So, we'll keep moving, with the business portion. Item 6 is public communications. Public communication provides the public with an opportunity to address the board regarding an item on the agenda or other topic. Anyone wishing to address the board shall submit a request for oral communications card. Cards are available near the entrance to the boardroom and are to be submitted to the recording secretary. A member of the public who wishes to address the board on any such matter is limited to 3 minutes for one matter, up to a maximum of 5 minutes for all closed open session matters. There shall be a limit of 20 minutes for any matter unless such time limit is waived by a majority vote of the board. Members of the public may not yield any time to other speakers, and no board action can be taken. Do we have any speakers tonight? Okay, thank you. Item 7 is the agenda. We have had a staff request to pull item 11H. So prior to asking for a motion, I wanted to make the board aware of that. So item 7A is to accept the agenda after pulling item 11H.
Motion to approve?
I second the motion.
All right. Then I have a motion to accept from trustee Bettencourt Castaneda and a second by trustee Avalos with pulling 11H.
Item passes unanimously.
Item 8, to approve consent agenda routine items of business. All items listed under the consent agenda are considered routine and will be acted upon in one action by the board. It is understood that the superintendent has recommended approval for these items. There will be no discussion prior to the time the board votes on the motion unless members of the board, staff, or public request specific items to be discussed and or removed from the consent agenda. All items approved by the board will be deemed considered in full and adopted as recommended. Do we have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve?
I second the motion.
I have no idea who said what first.
Yeah, we'll do it at the same time.
All right, so I have
Try it
a
again.
motion to approve. I'm being told by trustee Lizarraga with a second by trustee Avalos. Please vote.
Item passes unanimously.
And 9, policies, regulations, and bylaws. Item 9A is to adopt board policies and administrative regulations. I will mention these board policies and administrative regulations were submitted for a first reading at the August 28, 2024 board meeting, and the board held a workshop to discuss the potential updates on October 23rd, 2024. Do I have a motion to adopt?
Motion to approve? I second the motion.
Any questions? I have a motion to adopt from trustee Bettencourt Castaneda and a second by trustee Avalos. Please vote.
Item passes unanimously.
Item 10, general functions. Item 10A is with regards to celebrations and observations, it's task force update. And Dr. Brady.
Well, good evening, President Gates, trustees, executive cabinet. I stand here to give you an update on what we started about this time last year, an observations and celebrations task force to really talk about how we recognize DEI efforts in National School District. But before I can tell you where we are, I need to take us back in time, back to 2022. Back in 2022, I had an opportunity to participate in the University of Southern California's first inaugural DEI certificate program. During that time, I did a deep dive into our own DEI policies and how we recognize diversity as value added. And as you might recall, I presented that to the board back in July of 2022. I shared with you a theory of action that if we value individuals for their unique attributes, then they will see diversity as value added. And what we talked about was to build trust, we really needed to look at people's unique identities and abilities. To foster more collaboration, we needed to set the stage for belonging and mattering. And then to really have collective ownership, it didn't matter what role we held in the organization, that sometimes we were leaders and sometimes we were learners. And putting those together really helped us see diversity as value added. We started to curate through the Educational Services Department. Our district resource teachers put together things to celebrate diversity throughout the months, such as the ones you see here, Black History Month, Asian American and Pacific Islander Month. And then we looked at creating systems through our MTSS systems where equity was at the center, but really looking at the cross sections of the systems, the practices, and the data. We initiated a DEI committee. We have 6 district-wide committees, and we said that DEI was going to be a standing committee where we could continue talking about it. We still have that committee today, and signaling that this was something that was important to us as a district. And for our parents, I started a diversity, equity, and inclusion parent roundtable discussion, and I believe Trustee Lizarraga was at the very first one, and we had maybe over 50 parents log on, and a lot of the discussions centered around special education and that type of inclusion. And so after a few of these, we have had this now since 2022, but we also had a spin-off where we just had a parent roundtable for our special education parents so that we could talk about matters that were important to them as well. Fast forward to 2023, the board started talking about how do we systematize this? How do we create a structure for diversity, equity, and inclusion that when people bring things forward, we can look at them through a lens to see where it fits within our organization, within our curriculum, within our practices. And so the board held a workshop to say, how are we as a board going to signal diversity as value added? And so we looked at our board policy on equity, and we also looked at a resolution that we passed back then, which was reaffirming our commitment to fight racism. We looked at all the different ways in that workshop of how DEI could be recognized, maybe doing an observance calendar. I think we had a sample from that workshop. We looked at maybe doing monthly resolutions, looking at when and how we fly during flags at the district office and at our schools, the different types of events and activities, what do we have on our website, what library books we have in our libraries. Then we looked at the calendar of events by month from the California Department of Education. I think that was over 50 pages. We looked at some other samples from Amazon. We started to dig into those other resources and quickly realized that this might be too much to really figure out in one board workshop. And so that led to the formation and the direction of the board to form a celebrations and observances task force, which was going to be held in 2024. This was a group of certificated staff, classified staff, administrators, and 2 trustees. We had Trustee Avalos and Trustee Lizarraga that served on this task force. We came together in the beginning of this school year. Actually, we started at the end right after that, probably this time last year, but it went into the beginning of this next school year with the purpose of coming up with a recommendation for a district approach for special observations and group recognitions. We looked at that board policy. We reviewed the board's resolution. We looked at those current practices and how do we pull all of these things together into a common framework. We also had the sample observance calendars to look at, and we added to those resources from what we could find on the internet and different organizations that were doing similar work. And we took our learner profile that we were developing and finalizing last spring as something that we were going to use in our recommendation. We met 3 times on November 16th, December 14th, and January 18th with the goal that we were going to explore at the first meeting, consider at the second meeting, and make a decision at the final meeting. And then we were going to come and make a recommendation to the governing board. And so today I want to share a little bit about how that went. Well, the first meeting went great. And we even had our own Vanna White. Trustee Avalos was collecting all the stickies, and we were walking around asking the following questions. What do we already recognize and observe? And we wrote these things down on different stickies, and we collected them and put them onto chart paper. Then we started asking, how might we? And do we want to organize it by months, like the state of California? Do we want to organize by topic? How do these individual things that we recognize fit together? And what themes do we see? That was a lot for one meeting. So we came back again the next meeting in December, and we started looking at putting these together in kind of a framework. And we did this over the next 2 meetings where we took all those stickies, and you can see 2 different colors up here. Black was in at the December 14th meeting, and blue was at the January 18th meeting, where all of those stickies then became part of this chart. We thought, great, we have 5 different themes, and then we would organize them into all of the different stickies into these 6 different categories that you see here for each of these 5 different themes. So they turned out to be cultural and religious norms, health curriculum, LGBTQIA+, special needs, and labor. And we thought, great, we achieved our goal, and we're ready to do a board recommendation. And the task force said, we're not comfortable yet making a recommendation. So we asked, well, what do we still need to do? They said, well, all of these things that are in the chart right now they're our ideas, and they're things that we know that we have done, but we would like you to go back out and have the rest of the district, as many different groups as you can, do this sticky activity and see what they come up with. And then we'll try to plug it into these charts and see if it works. And we had already tested it a few times, and we were pretty confident that it was going to work, but they wanted to get the voice of everyone else. So many of them in the room here, we did it at leadership, the principals did it at their school sites, some of our departments did it. They came back, and you can see they all did it in different ways. They did it with the stickies. Some of them did it on a Padlet, and some of them made a list, and they gave it to us, and we said, okay, we're going to come back at the end of the year, and after we had a chance to do this in February, March, and then we're going to put it into our chart. Well, it was CASP testing, which you're going to hear a lot about tonight, and then it was the end of the year. We also needed to dig through those 30 pages from the California Department of Education. And we said, all right, we'll meet together on May 2nd. But the end of the year got so busy that most members from the task force were unable to meet that day. So we said, okay, it's all right. We don't have to get it done at the end of this school year. We'll start again at the beginning of the next school year. And we set we set a date for September 5th. September 5th came. Most members of the task force were not available. And then on the 19th, we did hold a meeting, but we did not have a big turnout. But what we did do is we tested with the people that came, we tested those themes, and we came out with some revised themes. You can see in the black, that's what we started with, and in the red, how it turned out. So we went from cultural and religious norms to cultural celebration and religious awareness, because although many of us have a lot of religious celebrations, we don't celebrate religion in school setting, but we do want to acknowledge and recognize and have an awareness around the religions that are important to our students and to the world. We changed the LGBTQIA by expanding it to belonging And we added in gender and families because the family unit is evolving. We changed special needs based on what our parents told us to inclusion because it wasn't about what the needs of the students. It was about how do our children have more time with their typical peers and how can they be more included within the school setting, but also inclusion of other groups like our English learners, like our gifted and talented students. And then with labor, we expanded that to politics and patriotism. You'll notice I skipped over health curriculum because when we dug into the California Department of Education, there were lots of categories. There was safety, there was health, there was academics, and none of them made these because we went back to our original purpose, which was diversity as value added, and looking at this through the lens of DEI. So it doesn't mean that we don't celebrate health and health curriculum. It's that these were the ones that were left standing when we looked at it through the lens of diversity, equity, and inclusion. So we took this chart and we said, how would that look like with these new themes? And we created color-coded cultural and celebrations and religious awareness. And I believe the board has all four in a separate chart of the four that we ended up with. So we have blue for the cultural celebrations and religious awareness. The red is for belonging. We have inclusion is purple, and labor, politics, and patriotism is green. Now you might also notice, well, if you did that, why is everything not black? Why is there blue? Well, because we couldn't get our task force together, we didn't want to not have every voice, and we thought, what better way to use the DEI committee than to bring it to the DEI committee. So on October 21st, and we have our lovely model here, we went to the DEI committee and we did this presentation that we were going to do for the board. We said we had a task force, they were going to make a recommendation. They weren't ready to make a recommendation, but we would love to get your feedback and see where you would enhance this. So anything you see in blue was enhanced by the DEI committee. And the goal was then to go back to the task force before coming back to the board and say, are we ready to make a presentation? But at the end of the DEI committee, what we realized is it would be unfair to ask the task force to make a recommendation, because if we go back in time to 2022, now being in 2024 on the verge of turning another new year, we realized that this is a journey. And this is not one that we'll be ready to make a final recommendation that this is the only way that we are going to recognize and celebrate DEI efforts in National School District. As our landscape across the nation changes, we may be changing this yet again in 2025 and bringing that to the board. But what we wanted to present as a task force, as a DEI committee, is a framework to now turn this over to the Educational Services Department. So when someone comes to the board and says, hey, we noticed that Chula Vista is hanging their pride flag, is that something the board would consider? The board could go to this framework and say, yes, that fits in with our DEI goals, and you could pass a resolution, because you have to pass a resolution to hang a flag, and you could then make that something that we would hang as a district. If somebody came to the podium and said, hey, the Padres are doing really great this year. I love the Padres. I'm looking at Mr. Sanchez because I know he loves the Padres. Would you mind hanging the Padres flag? You could look at your framework and say, you know, Mr. Sanchez, we also love the Padres, but that doesn't fit in with our DEI framework. So we're going to skip the resolution this time, but we'll be with you in spirit at the next Padre game, or at the game for real, because we know some of our trustees attend. So that's the purpose, is that this is something that we hope through the task force and the committee recommendations, that this would be something that we could continue to evolve, grow, and change, but a framework in which the board could use to make decisions, which I believe was the purpose of putting together the task force. So with that, in 2025, we will continue to focus on diversity, because that is the one thing that we all have in common, so we need to celebrate. Do you have any questions for me? and special thanks to our task force members, our DEI committee members, and everybody else that gave input, because we did go out several times to collect input for what you see tonight. So thank you. And thank you to our trustees who served on that committee as well, our task force.
Trustee Nisarga?
Thank you, Dr. Brady, for listening and consider all the feedback that you gathered throughout this. Because it was starting with the parents, because they were super empowered about saying a question about what we're gonna do about it. You know, especially for special education kids that they're always on the back and they have no access like a typical kid. And I'm happy that Mr. Segura's here because I have a child, knowing the fact and the momentum that's there because he's the trustee on the Sweetwater School Board and the Sweetwater Union High School District. I inquire about their policies and I couldn't find anything related to, or not because they're not there, because I don't know where they are. And I inquired to the leadership there, where is this equity? It's like, I might use that as 50s to dig out myself, but that's coming up. But on the elementary level, and there's questions asked, and I'm glad that you are here listening. Hopefully we can touch base and find out where is it, because I couldn't find it. And I would like to see, because it's a humongous district with a lot of schools involved. And this is going to be great to me to inquire about how do they do on a higher level when they have those bases here of awareness and acknowledgement and recognition and consideration for every single student that attends to a school that comes from elementary school, because we have a high percent of graduates from elementary school that they end up graduating from a student high school with pride, that they have the basis of there, the seats of there of awareness and belonging. They all want to be, including myself, I want to feel belong to. Being on the dais or not, I will continue the effort because I'm very invested in this community. So thank you so much for considering all the single feedback from every parent that is in there. The teachers were very invested and they were super excited about this new. It's not a momentum, it was an ongoing concern, and I'm very strong effort that they did. So I'm very grateful that they all come out and sit down and talk about the same concern that I have and how we're going to make it better. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and thank you for serving on the task force.
I never thought about the impact of No Crazy Hair Day. And so I don't know if all of you could see that, but there was a note. And so the feedback was, hey, as an African American, as a Black student, this doesn't feel good. We've done that kind of thing for years. But it was mentioned more than once on a celebration to stop engaging in.
And as we learn more, those will be added to this framework because, it takes a holiday coming up like Thanksgiving, where you see traditional pilgrim hats and sometimes the Indian headbands, and those are things that we need to stop and rethink and make sure that we capture them. And that's why there is enough. Right?
Well, we talked about it, sorry to all of those of you who identify in dad roles, because we miss you. Usually, because June, we've already ended school. But it is a discussion, when we talk, because so many of our students more and more, the person who is in what we would typically call a maternal role they're potentially all kinds of people or no one. And so one of the things that we talked about was it's not only supporting and honoring our students and all of where they come from, but it's also not causing harm. And so I'm thankful that Trustee Avalos and Trustee Besaraga and the rest of those of you on that team that you said stop. We aren't going to move forward with this, it's not ready. Because the question, like so often, we are moving forward with our own thoughts and ideas, and we haven't taken the next step of asking for the perception from someone else. I am very grateful that you did. And truthfully, we're going to have to work to protect this. Because while it is paper and concept, it is lives. And it's our children. And we're going to have to figure out how, as a district, we continue honoring everyone who's in front of us and protecting them from those who would decide less than, more than, not important. So yes, thank you for this.
Thank you.
Trustee Bedford Castellana.
I also would like to thank the task force for going out outside the task force to get feedback, because oftentimes just within the task force, we don't get a true understanding of what's wanted, what's needed, and what's really the true focus of what's necessary. So I know it was a lot more work, but it's definitely worth the effort and a lot. That was very necessary. So thank you to all of the task force members for their extra time and effort that was put into it, because it's definitely worth the extra effort. And I know it's going to be an ongoing work in progress, right? But it's most definitely something that we definitely need to protect us President Gates there. So thank you again.
Thank you.
And thank you for presenting here tonight.
Any more comments? Thank you, Dr. Brady.
Thank you. Thank you to the task force and the DEI committee as well.
All right, item 10B is to approve the minutes of the regular board meeting held on October 23rd, 2024. Do I have a motion?
To approve.
Second the motion.
Okay. So I have a motion to approve by Trustee Bettencourt Castaneda and a second by Trustee Besaraga. Please vote.
Item passes unanimously.
Point of order. We're so used to doing this. Trustee Avalos, I think you were not here for this one. So, you were not here for the last one. I'm sorry, I should have mentioned it earlier. So I think that we have to have you abstain from this one. Okay, come back. Per Trustee Avalos' verbal agreement, can we change your vote to abstention? Okay. Thank you. Item 10C, nominate candidates as representatives to the California School Boards Association Delegate Assembly from Region 17.
Madam President, do we have a list of who's?
Yes, this is attached, but I can make a recommendation of a couple that are, one that is not up, that is not the election, she was making. Item number 6. Everything else I would say would be, if we wanted to just vote
as a whole.
So, so this is just, yes, these are just for potential nominations.
Yeah, so
So,
we wanted to do it as a slate.
okay. And so, from what I'm understanding, number 6, Darshana Patel has been,
And
her,
Darshana is going to move on to a different position, so she
Yes.
didn't seek re-election for the school board.
thank you.
And that's what I'm confused about. It says that we have 11 vacancies as follows. 2 I see are in the Sweetwater district. We don't have any vacancies from our district, but so,
They're not up for re-election.
right, so that's what I'm confused. Why are we voting for the other districts?
It's just nominations to the whole delegate.
The nomination, we're not voting for them yet, it's just the nominating for the positions.
Okay.
We did this every.
This list threw me off.
Yeah, so this is for the nominations, and then we'll have the, ballots, I believe, in February.
Okay.
Can I nominate, Ms. Alba Lopez Cepeda?
So they're only.
No. So, or we,
Okay, so currently the suggestion from trustee Bettencourt Castaneda is to eliminate number 6 because she has not sought reelection. The other 10 are in current standing. And so your suggestion is to look at them as in their entirety. That does leave us with an 11th open suggestion. But first, let's address whether or not we are comfortable with looking at them, at all 10 of them, and moving them forward.
Okay.
So let's do that part first. Is that all right?
I still have more questions.
Go
Sorry.
for it.
It says San Diego County has 11 vacancies, so I took to understand that all 11 of these people are vacating their position because it says has 11 vacancies as follows, and it names 11 people. So that's why I'm confused.
So that means that their term is expired.
Okay,
Okay.
so we can re-elect them or renew their terms with the exception of Darshana Patel. Yeah.
All right, Dr. Brady?
Because this is nominations, I believe that the board can nominate as many people as you want or none, right? You can, so you're not bound by the 11 slots. You could have 20, but during the voting, they would only be voting for 11 vacancies. And I do believe that during the voting, that they do limit how many delegates there are per school district, depending on the size of the district.
They should let us know that as well. Because how can we nominate someone from our district if we're only allowed to have one representative?
I think you can nominate with everybody, and then it would be up to the voting to determine the one that would
Okay, so I
represent.
guess right now, Christina has just nominated. is obvious.
yeah, but it's part of the vacancies that you, I know that for sure.
Ms. Lopez Cepeda. She is from Sweetwater, that would be number 5. But you're saying, again, are you comfortable with all 10 of these people, and then we can move forward with as many more as we feel like?
I'll go with the majority. Who wants to do that?
We're comfortable with all 10 to start? Are there any others from the list behind that you would like to consider,
That is behind us.
or is the same? Okay. Do you have any individuals you know from our surrounding districts who you are interested in nominating? Goodness. Sorry, I'm asking clarifying questions. It's one of the things that we're running into that's a little awkward or odd is there we still have not finalized San Diego County's votes. So there's potentially still some dancing to do when it comes to the election process. But we can still nominate people.
Had a motion to move forward with the 10.
Yes, ma'am.
So I make a motion to move forward with the 10 that are listed with, so items 1 through 5, and then 6, 7 through 11 on our agenda.
Okay. Do I have a second?
I second the motion.
So for clarification, are we or are we not nominating Ms. Avalos? Because that's what I just heard.
I believe you did so, Ms. Lopez.
I say, but it is in this way. So,
Yes.
Did I hear that wrong? I thought you
Yes,
said
Yeah,
Ms. Avalos.
I did say, but it's part of the list. That's it.
Lopez Cepeda.
Lopez.
I heard you wrong.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
And I'll nominate Ms. Avalos.
Okay.
So on the item that we're discussing right now is the on the floor is item 1 through 5 and 7 through 11.
Okay, so that's first. We are looking at that first. I say, okay, so again, for clarification, we are currently making a motion, or the motion has been made for these 10, not including Darshana Patel. We have a second by trustee Lizarraga, and after that, we can discuss additional people. So this is going to be 2 stages. Is that acceptable? I mean, that's where we are in the rules of order. Okay, so stage 1, we have a motion by trustee Bettencourt Castañeda to, and I'm going to read through the names to make sure that they are put into record clearly, to put forward the names of Whitney Antrim, Sabrina Bazo, Stacy Carlson, Melissa Krug, Elva Lopez Apela, Cody Peterson, Barbara Ryan, Arturo Solis, Cipriano Vargas, and Katrina Young as nominations to CSBA Delegate Assembly. And we have a second by trustee Lizarraga. Please vote.
You said it. No, that was the last one. Sorry.
Just unanimously.
All right, and now as the second stage, do we have new names we would like to raise for nomination? Trustee Sarmiento, you had mentioned Mrs.
Yes,
Lopez.
I had mentioned Ms. Avalos.
Okay.
Do I need a second for that? Do you need a second for that?
Yeah, but names, well, right now, we're just in the nomination process. I'll read the list then, I guess. So, let me check. Any other names? Okay, I have a nomination from trustee Sarmiento for Ms. Avalos. Do I have a second?
I second it.
Okay. All right. So then I have a nomination from trustee Sarmiento to add Ms. Avalos to our nomination request for our nomination names for Delegate Assembly for CSBA, representing Region 17, second by trustee Avalos. Any discussion? Okay, please vote.
You need a first.
Trustee Sarmiento.
I made the nomination. So you're waiting for me to push my button. I'm sorry, I was waiting for you to put my name up there.
Okay.
Sorry.
Item passes 3 yes, 1 abstain, and 1 no.
Okay. All right. Item 11, educational services. Eleven A, presentation on California assessment of student performance and progress results. Dr. Kraft. And a slew of principals.
Yeah.
Welcome up, you guys.
Good evening, trustees and executive cabinet. This is for me, I will be presenting the second part of the district data. And then we will have our 5 remaining schools presenting their CAST data. Tonight we have Catherine Krachovil, Rojo, Berenice Walker, Danielle Ruiz-Jo, Leticia Segura, and Zola Santana, who will be stepping up in just a second. And we are all very much focused on highlighting how we illuminate the human potential to positively impact the world. So in this first slide, I want to present to you the CAW data. The CAW is an alternative assessment that is provided, given to our students whose IEPs deem that is the most appropriate testing. For the CAW, you want to score a 3, which is the understanding level. And currently in ELA, we have of our students who have taken the CAW, and there's a very small population, 2.7 meeting that criteria. And in math, we see a much bigger jump. We have 13.51% of our students meeting that criteria. When we break down to target groups, as I shared with you in the last presentation, our English learners who are duly identified and who took the call, we did not have any of them meet the ELA criteria for level 3. However, our English learners in the mathematics region outpaced the state, and we scored a 19.05 in understanding in math. If you look at the state, you gotta think about the larger populations. ELA is 16% and math is 8%. We outpaced them in both, as well as if we just looked at our target groups of English learners, ELA 12%. Again, this is an area that you'll hear me talk about that we'll be addressing this year through our programming. But in math, the state average was 6.21% and ours was 18.5%. Good job, teachers. Overall, in this data is you will see that we have cohort data. You will on the top, the way the chart is organized, the top number, it demonstrates the overall proficiency, the first column overall, all students, and then it's broken down by grade level, 6th, 5th, 4th, and 3rd. The hot fuchsia pink, it represents the performance of our students with disabilities, and the forest green represents the performance of our English learners. These are our 2 groups that we are heavily focusing on this year because of trends that we've seen that were exacerbated. We were always rather maintaining in these groups, and when we had school closures, those were exacerbated, and we're seeing that they're not closing it as quickly as our other students. So we are, I will be talking a little bit about the areas we'll be focusing on. There are some trends that we did see, beginning with our 4th graders from 4th graders the year before and then 5th graders last year. With our ELs, we are seeing a bit of a slight uptick in that area. And then overall, in our 5th grade group, we are seeing that our ELs are starting to increase performance. And that makes sense because the acquisition of language takes 5 to 7 years. Math, we see the same overall trend. Again, the chart is set up in the same manner, where we're seeing our target groups not quite closing the gap as quickly as we had hoped. So we will be doing a lot of work around those target groups. And some of that is ensuring that we're getting tier 2 interventions across the board, whether when you're a student with disability, you are entitled to general ed interventions as well as your special ed services. So we're ensuring that students are participating in general ed interventions. And we are now targeting with our impact teachers, especially in specific school groups, and you'll hear from them tonight, where our ELs were impacted with performance last year. We're assigning a impact teacher to specifically work around literacy and language. Again, with our data discussions with our principals and data input by teachers in Panorama, we're able to visibly see the work and the target that's going around what the students that we are discussing, the ELs, and there's an updating of that data. So we're monitoring their growth. We're really looking at what are we providing them and are we seeing movement. With Mr. Sanchez, we have expanded our after-school learning program and made it an opt-out for students, where we are really talking to parents, sending home reports, and ensuring that our kids, you can increase performance by intensity as well as time and opportunity. So of course they would have that as part of their ASL program, but then they still get to enjoy all the broad course of study. And then we are really heavily monitoring and ensuring access to mainstreaming for our students who are in special day classes, because the research has shown, and we've actually seen data within our own district, that having access to grade level curriculum, listening and being a part of with typical peers around content area that they will be assessed on, has actually shown improvement with students in their performance. So, as I did last time, we went across the state and we looked for similar schools to districts to national. And so as you can see, overall, national is outperforming those schools. One of the things that popped up to us was Cajon, with their students with disability in ELA. They're increasing at a fairly strong rate. So we're going to be exploring what it is with their continuum of services that they're offering that are resulting in that performance. But I did want to bring that the work we have been doing for the last 3 to 5 years around our ELs is starting to have impact, as when we have similar schools, meaning to say they have the same unduplicated population, about the same number of English learners to serve, we're outperforming many of similar like schools. You'll see that's very similar data in math also. Again, Cajon is about 2 percentage points higher than us, so with students with disability. So we will be inquiring and figuring out what their programming is. This is their 3 through 6 data. But again, our ELs are growing and they're outpacing similar schools, similar demographics, similar typical students across the state. So we do see promising signs in that aspect. And as I shared, we will be working on those interventions, those data points, the monitoring to ensure that we see movement this year. And with that, I will bring up the central principal, Catherine Cravchovil Rojo. Is that right? Cravchovil Rojo. Okay, thank you. Good job. Hello, everyone, board president, trustees, and executive cabinet. I am Catherine Cravchovil Rojo, and I'm the proud principal at Central Elementary School, home of the Dolphins. Today, I'm really excited to share our achievement goals and some bright spots as we work together to support and uplift our students. Here on this slide, let's take a look at our English language arts performance. Our overall achievement stands at 31% of students meeting or exceeding grade level standards, which is above the district average. By grade level, most of our performance is over 30% met or exceeded, We see standout performance in fourth grade with 34% met or exceeded, and in sixth grade with an impressive 45% met or exceeded in ELA. Now turning to math, our overall performance shows 25% of our students meeting or exceeding standards. Notably, third grade is at 32% met or exceeded. And our fourth graders stand out with 36% meets or exceeding grade level standards. And we're actively targeting all grades to continue building on all of these successes. Moving on to our multilingual learners. If we're looking at the English language arts, we see only 12% meeting or exceeding standards. But if you're look at our sixth graders stand out with a 28% of our students and who are multilingual learners meeting or exceeding standards. In math, our multilingual learners met or exceeded at 14%, with third grade as a strong performer at 28% of our multilinguals meeting standard. When we look here at our students with disabilities, we can see that the overall ELA performance for this target group is 12% meeting or exceeding standard, with our sixth graders again as a standout at 25% of our students with disabilities meeting or exceeding standards. In math, you will see that our students with disabilities show 16% have met or exceeded standards overall. And here the standout grade with our students with disabilities is fourth grade with 38% meeting or exceeding standards. With all of this data in mind, these are our Tier 1 next step focuses for this school year. And as you can see here, for English language arts, we're looking at strengthening our reading comprehension by teaching those Tier 2 and Tier 3 vocabulary across the subject areas with a school-wide focus on the GRR protocol, and that stands for Gradual Release of Responsibility. And also this will help our students to deepen their understanding of both ELA and math. When looking at the mathematics vocabulary, we're targeting that math vocabulary instruction, specifically that hoping that it will improve that comprehension, enabling our students to interpret and solve complex problems. And finally, really focusing in on our PBIS Tier 1 to really strengthen our Tier 1 interventions to enhance support and also foster a positive learning environment that promotes that academic success and engagement across the content areas. And finally, our bright spots and our outliers. I'm very excited to present this data. This is our reclassified fluent English proficient students, those RFEP students. They have done an outstanding job. If you look here at this data, you can see that 81% of our reclassified students are meeting or exceeding standard. And then when we break it down to grade level in English language arts, we look at our third grade. Our third grade has 50%, 50% of our RFEP students meeting or exceeding standards. In fourth grade, we have 61% of our RFEP students meeting or exceeding standards. And in fifth grade, we have 45% meeting or exceeding standards. And again, our standout sixth grade, 78% of our RFEP students are meeting or exceeding standards. It's quite a testament also to our teachers. Next, in math, if you're looking at the overall for our RFEP students, 61% of our RFEP students are meeting or exceeding standards in math. I would like for you to look at third grade. All of our RFEP students in third grade, 100% of them are meeting or exceeding standards. That is absolutely amazing for math. In fourth grade, 76% of our RFEP students are meeting or exceeding standards. And in fifth grade, 27% of our RFEPs are meeting or exceeding standards. In sixth grade, 61% of our sixth graders who are reclassified fluent English proficient students are meeting or exceeding standards. It's quite an amazing feat. They really are our standout target group. And again, just to reiterate, the text here at the bottom really calls out all of those different target groups that I just spoke to. Our reclassified, fluent English proficient students really are the superstars this last year. Really is a testament to their hard work and really becoming the best that they can be in the English language, not only in English, but also in math. And I would also like to just shine a little bit of all of our bright spots on our overall of our grade levels. Our sixth graders really standing out with that 45% meeting and exceeding in English, language arts. Our fourth graders in ELA, 34% meeting exceeding. And then in math, they were 36% meeting exceeding as well. Excellent job. In third grade, meeting exceeding as well at 30% in ELA, and also third grade in math, meeting and exceeding at 32%. Doing a great job. And with that, I'd like to introduce Ms. Berenice Walker.
I talk. Hello, good afternoon or good evening. I am Berenice Walker. I'm the proud principal at Las Palmas, home of the Gators. And we look very menacing there, but we promise we're kind. So I'm here to share some data for us for 22-23 overall for our ELA and our math. I have here broken down by overall, we had 28% of our students that were meeting or exceeding for our ELA, and you can see our grade level breakdown there. Our shining stars there are our sixth grade, you see at 44%, in addition to our fifth grade, at 24% at meeting or exceeding, so they're doing a great job. Overall for math, we have 25.7% meeting or exceeding. And then we have 40% of our students in sixth grade that were at the green level, at meeting or exceeding, which is a great standout. And then secondly, our fourth grade team did have 25% meeting or exceeding. One of the great things about this is that while we see the lots of red, we also see lots of yellow. So those yellow students are one of our targets, so that making sure that we're pulling those reds up to those yellows and those yellows up to greens. Sharing our students with disabilities and our English language learners for both math and ELA. On the left-hand side of the screen, you will see our students with disabilities overall ELA. We have 6% that met or exceeded. We do have about 15% of our students are students with disabilities. So that's 14% of our population there. As you can see, we do have lots of room for growth. And with our math, it does mirror our ELA. We have 6% at the green level meeting or exceeding, and 84% that are at the red. So lots of room for growth, which I will talk about in just a second. For our English language learners, that is about 48% of our student population that are English language learners or multilingual learners. And we do have for our ELA, we have 7% that are at our green and 21% at the yellow mark. For math, we do have approximately 12% at meeting or exceeding and 19% at the yellow mark. And again, I will talk about how we are going to be focusing on them in just a minute. So first of all, we are working on strengthening our Tier 1 instruction with all of our teachers. We do have set agenda items as you know, all of our principals meet with each and every individual teacher to have data-driven conversations with all of our teachers. We have a set agenda item because really, truly, I want our teachers and every support staff member to know by name, by need, who are our students, who are English language learners, who are our students with disabilities, and they should be able to tell me exactly what their needs are and how we can support them in that Tier 1 classroom. In that classroom so that they can be getting their needs met to help us with that yellow moving into the green. We are also, as a school, we decided our MTSS focus is reading comprehension instructional focus. That is our ongoing professional development that we are going, as you know, not only for our English language or for English language arts test, but also for math. Reading is such a huge component, and so we are also focusing on reading a text, talking about the text, and then writing about the text. So that is one of the strategies, one of the instructional focuses that we're going to be working on this year. And also prioritizing access for students with disabilities and English language learners to all of the interventions. So not just within their classrooms, but we have an amazing support staff. We do have a third impact teacher, which we're very excited to have on board to be able to work specifically with our targeted groups. And then finally, our bright spots. You might have noticed that our 5th grade was a little bit more red than some others. So our outlier here, 5th grade teacher was out the majority of the school year last year. So we did have a few different long-term subs, but with any turnover, there is some learning of the new classrooms. So our 5th grade was a little bit of an outlier. However, if you look at our cohort data here, if you follow the green diagonally, you will see that the majority of our cohorts, or all of our cohorts, grew in the last 3 years. And our 6th grade team has consistently shown that they have significant growth. You can see that across the board for the last 3 years, which is fantastic. We are using our 6th grade teachers to help us learn from them. You know, if they're consistently showing that they're getting the results, how can the rest of our team mirror that and learn from them so that we can see those growth across the board. And with that, I am introducing Ms. Daniela Ruiz-Joe from Lincoln Acres.
Hello, good evening, Board President, board members, and cabinet. It's a pleasure to be here to talk about Lincoln Acres and how we are illuminating human potential. You might not see it right away with the data, but don't let those numbers trick you and fool you. We are working and treading along with 26% of our students meeting or exceeding standard in language arts. And we can see that our rock stars have been the 5th and 6th grade teams that work so well cohesively, and they're literally breaking down the walls to make sure that they are meeting the needs of the students. And we're working on replicating what we see that it's working at our school. In math, we have a 17% of students meeting or exceeding standards. And again, it is our upper grades who are showing the most growth and the most success. And again, we're working on duplicating the strategies that they're using in their classrooms and the teaching cohesiveness that they have going on throughout our different grade levels as well. We will also be learning a little bit about the outlier in 4th grade. Okay, there we go. For our English language learners, we can see that particularly in 5th grade, it matches pretty much the data from the district, but Dr. Kraft was sharing 5th grade is definitely our strongest grade level when it comes to students meeting and exceeding standards. And with our students with disability, you might see this like, Daniela, what in the world is going on in your school? We see all red. Well, that shows me that we are identifying our students correctly, because they are students with disabilities whose disability is impacting their academic progress. So for me, where my eye went in this data is my green students. How can we support them? Because they are able to meet grade level standards. Why are they having an IEP? Is this something we can service them through a 504 plan? Because the rest, I know that their disability is impacting the learning, and we're working to help them catch up. But those that have caught up, how are we going to support them out of that title or label of students with disability? So that's where my eyes went on this data. For next steps, our focus is on Tier 1 instruction. So like my colleagues mentioned, that focused on data discussions. I'm very fortunate to have an amazing MTSS coordinator, Ms. Lisa Blanchett at Lincoln Acres, who helps me have these data discussions with my team members and really focus on the numbers, the data, and the interventions and supports that we're gonna put in place so that we can track student progress effectively and be able to intervene accordingly based on what we see their needs are. Also, our MTSS goal is in the area of vocabulary and language development, because by focusing in these two aspects, not only are we going to benefit our multilingual students, we are going to benefit those who are dually identified as students with disabilities, multilinguals, and our students in general benefit from growing their vocabulary, growing their language development, especially in this era of technology where most of our communication is through texting, through just computer-based communication. So focusing on that explicit vocabulary instruction and providing students ample opportunities to express their thinking verbally and in written form. And finally, strengthening our MTSS process, most than anything, focusing on just before meeting here, we had a few minutes before our meeting, and Ms. Blanchett and I were talking about our RTI cycles and how are we going to have the baseline of our students that we're supporting through our SST process, through our RTI, pulling for those impact groups. How are we gonna get their baseline data, provide the instruction by our impact teachers and language arts specialists, and then assess their progress to determine their progress throughout their time in their small groups. So that's the next target. We have our impact staff, we have our support team. Now, how are we going to track student data is our next step. And then for our bright spots, spoiler alert, we have been PBIS Platinum 3 years in a row. So let's start with that. So first we need students to behave, and they are doing a great job at that. Second of all, we need students to be at school. So we focused on attendance, and we can definitely see an overall positive trend on attendance. We were in the 80%. We ended up in the 90% last year. So 92%. We had a 10% growth for our attendance. So now we have behaviors under control. We have students attending. Now we can really target all of those academic and educational needs. One thing that I want to celebrate, and again, you might think like, Daniela, what in the world are you celebrating? Most of the students are in red, but these are all of our Mont Sevier students who have taken the COM, and all 14 students who are in the age range to take the assessment had the opportunity to take the assessment. Everybody attempted it. Nobody was just like, oh no, they cannot do it. No, everybody gave it a shot. They did the best that they could with what they got. And we have one student, in percentages it looks nicer, but we have one student and I know his name and I know his needs. And so does the teacher, which is what really matters. And our outliers, my fourth grade, you probably noticed the data was a little bit lower in fourth grade. And one of my priorities is that we will hire the best teachers and the best team members for Lincoln Acres, and we will not settle for less. In working with the fourth grade teacher that we had last year and providing all the supports and guidance to be able to grow her practice, she realized that we were not the best fit for her because we're not going to settle for less than the best. And she left us in the middle of the school year, and we had to bring in a brand new teacher who did amazing. And I'm very proud of her numbers, even though you might think like, that's not bad. But I'm very proud of her numbers because she still got some students to be at or above grade expected standards. We also had a bump drive, and we still grew 4 percentage points on that month. And even though our data doesn't show that we had enough IEP students to provide our data, Ms. Blanchett did me the great favor of doing the math manually so that we could represent all of our students. So I'm very fortunate to have an amazing team, and I think next year you'll be happily surprised. And the next person that will come up will be Dr. Leticia Segura from Palmer Way.
Thank you. Good evening, Board President, trustees, and executive cabinet. I am the proud principal of Palmer Way School. So I always have to remember, now I got it right. I got it right after a year. So I wanted to share our data. Look at this, 40% of our student population in ELA is meeting or exceeding our standard. Yay! Lots to be proud of. We are so proud of our students and all the work that goes into supporting our kids every single day. If you can take a look at our third grade, look at that. 51% of our third graders met or exceeded the standards. And our fifth graders and sixth graders weren't far behind. So we were really proud of our students and how they did. And you look at that big yellow sections, we are looking and working on those bubble kids to bring those up to those greens. So everything that was shared by my colleagues, it's like we're duplicating that at Palmer Way as well. So I'll be sharing some of that. In math, 32.7% of our students are meeting grade levels are achieving the standards. And 26.7 are nearly at meeting those standards. So we're really pushing that population and doing everything we can to support our students so that they are meeting those standards. And again, my shining third grade team, 43% of our third graders met those standards in math. And again, fifth grade and sixth grade weren't far behind in meeting those standards. For our students with disabilities, you can see that when you compare both math and ELA, look at how they did in math. My students with disabilities, 15% of them met or exceeded the standards. And look at 31% of our yellows. So we are pushing, and we're, as we have shared, we at Palmer Way, we hired, just this week, we hired an impact teacher that is going to support our students with disabilities to work with in small group as well as support teachers so that they can get good tier 1 instruction. With our ELs, we have 17% that met or exceeded the standards and 30% that are nearly met. We're almost there. And when I have those collaboration meetings with my teachers, we identify bubble kids and we say, okay, what can we do to push those kids? What can we do? And we're not forgetting about our kids that are at tier 3 or in the red. We are also providing those interventions so that we move those kids into yellow. So we're all doing whatever it takes to get those scores up. And then math, 16%. So for our students with the English learners. So a lot of work is going into really making taking the effort to get the kids where we were prior to COVID. So these are our next steps. Our MTSS school-wide focus is on math, and we're implementing instructional components and routines with good tier 1 instruction, and we're really focusing on our performance tasks. And we are doing a lot of professional development so that kids are talking about math. They're deconstructing and they're trying to identify different ways. I have my fourth grade teachers telling me, I'm teaching the kids 4 ways to do multiplication. So we're taking all the math part and we're talking about it. And then we're using programs. One of the things is Next Gen Math is one of the programs that will be doing a PD so that way they can track and be able to look at how we can improve our math scores. We're monitoring that data and we meet with teachers every week to be able to have those discussions and know our kids by name, by need, and lots of interventions are happening. I had to put the schedule all in one schedule, in one page, one document, so we can follow it, because teachers were getting a little confused because of all the interventions that they're receiving. And targeted interventions based on students' unique needs. So we're working on all of that. And finally, we look at our outlier for our first grade scores. I know that last year they went from 54% to 27%, and we're looking at our data to see what happened there. We realize that there are things that we have to look at and work on that. But our bright spots is our third, fifth, sixth grade growth. So you can see from 2022 to 2023 to the following year, we grew in every area. So very proud of our students, and I feel very blessed to be at Palmer Way with an amazing team of teachers and staff that support our students every single day, and working with the parents also to get them very involved in being able to support their children. So thank you. And with that, I introduce Zulma Santana from Olivewood.
Good evening, Board President Gates, trustees, and executive cabinet. I'm Sugma Santana, the proud and grateful principal of Olivewood Elementary. In 2023-2024 school year, 24% of our students are met and exceeded standards in ELA, while 18% met and exceeded standards in math. We have 21% of our students who are nearly meeting standards in ELA and 27% who are nearly meeting standards in math. With the targeted interventions that we've implemented this school year, we're seeing promising growth and are optimistic about our end of the year results that we're going to see. And then also we can see that our superstars are in 4th grade, you see right there, and then also for math, we had our 4th grade team, our 3rd grade team at 33%. And in 4th grade, we had 35% that met or exceeded standards. Our overall students with disability and multilingual learners in math and ELA. And once again, as my colleagues mentioned, we do see a lot of red there, but that's definitely one of our areas that we are focusing in on. And we're very excited about the interventions that we have in place, as we also will be implementing with our, we have 2 impact teachers, language arts specialist, MTSS coordinator. And we also are very fortunate that we are nestled right next to Sweetwater Union High School. And so we also have the cross-age tutoring program. We partner with Sweetwater Union High School, and tutors come into our school, they push in, and they tutor our students as well. So we're very fortunate to have that. Our next steps are, our 3 next steps are a Tier 1 focus, high quality standards-based teaching focused on differentiation and engagement. Also data-driven ongoing assessments to inform instruction, refine practices, and address student needs, and professional development, providing targeted professional development to enhance our Tier 1 instructional strategies. We also, this year, our focus is on writing. So we're doing daily on-demand writing tasks across grades and subjects, and our implementation of the Step Up to Writing program that we're all very excited about, and also targeting instruction for our multilingual learners and our students with disabilities to provide equitable progress in writing proficiency. And our math focus, we're doing consistent standards-based teaching focused on the 8 mathematical practices. Our bright spots. As you noticed, there was some that yellow. So we had many students across grade levels that scored near standard category, indicating a strong potential for growth. So those are the students that just need that extra support to get them into the performing at grade level. Also, our English language learner progress, as Dr. Kraft had shared in her slide, at Olivewood, 59.3% of our English learners are progressing towards English proficiency, reflecting a 23% increase from 2022 to 2023. And our outliers. We had a lot of staff transitions at Olivewood Elementary. All of the team had experienced several of our dedicated teachers advanced to new roles. Last year, we had 9 temporary teachers fill these positions. At Olivewood, we are proud to continue building leaders from within and mentoring new teachers to contribute to the quality and growth of our district. With optimism that as our team stabilizes, we'll see improvements in our data. Thank you.
All right, with that, sorry, cracked a joke.
With that, the principals are available, as well as myself, for any questions that the board may have. Trustee Bettencourt Castañeda.
Well, I would like to first thank you all for your presentation. I know a lot of work gets put into presenting and having to spend extra time here. I just want to mention, Ms. Santana, you said about the tutoring. My son was part of that program, but you mentioned that you are able to take advantage of it being that you're close. I hope, and I know that we have a trustee in the audience from the second time one foot out the door. He's connected. I understand that it may be open to all of our schools. If it's not, I hope that all of our schools have that opportunity, because
it is a good program. And our children benefit from it. My son almost turned into education because he was so intrigued on how he was making an impact on the students. And he loved working with our students. And I was trying to get him to become an educator, but it just didn't because he was passionate about another program that they were offering. But nonetheless, we do benefit from that program and that partnership that we do all have with our program with Zero High School District. So if we don't have that, let's try to advocate for that program with all of our schools. I understood that there's bus passes that they were offering. If not, let's look into that because that any additional help and additional support our students get would be so beneficial. That one-on-one, that two-on-one is essential for our students, and they would definitely flourish from those extra additional support. So if I can be of any help, please let me know. I think we know people that know people. That know people. Talk to. I think we have a couple people just right here. So, but it is definitely an asset to our district. So I just wanted to point it out. So thank you again for being here. Thank you.
Trustee DeSalle then.
Yeah, I would like to echo Trustee Rebecca Castañeda in regards to Shine, the third graders. Honestly, that was not my favorite year because I'm so bad at math. But we have to celebrate every single achievement for every single one, and definitely the student with disabilities. It's a room for improvement, but it's an ongoing thing. That, some of them they have no academic problems, but they have behaviors that affect their academic success. So, and that not to disencourage anybody, but we have an amazing team of people working behind them, and they're unique on their necessities. And I'm glad that you are acknowledging and that the families also need to be involved in this, and they're very on top of things about how we can better work together to the best of them. They're learning styles and they're learning opportunities that they can have. So thank you so much for acknowledging that. It's really powerful, and that's for sure will be more progress, and we're gonna celebrate every single achievement, no matter how small or big it is. And sorry for Mr. Segura to be here. So we put you at the spot because we recognize you. You're a luminary on the Sweetwater, and I'll thank you for being here. I know you're supporting someone right here, but it's very powerful that you're here listening to our board meeting. But how concerns can start from the beginning of their life and how they continue to progress, and when they're in middle school and they shine when they here, and we also wanted to shine when they leave to adulthood. They're gonna use all those skills that are on the base. And thank you for being here, and I apologize for putting you on the spot. But I know yeah, please come again. I know you're a leader, and that's why people choose you because they trust you to make better decisions like this. So thank you so much for acknowledging. We mean no harm. Thank you.
Other questions? All right then. Hi. So, Dr. Kraft, I noticed you used different districts this time. Was there a rationale behind that? Just so we weren't bored, or to what? I'm just curious.
I took the most comparable, you mean my similar schools?
Yes, ma'am.
I took the most comparable because it was just getting to data. I remember last time the data was shrinking and there was difficulty reading it. So I picked the ones that were the closest to us that met our demographics. And Cajon had the closest of all those districts.
Okay, and speaking of Cajon, you said that you were going to see about some of what they're doing specifically with their students with disabilities.
Yeah, then looking at their continuum of services that they offer. I've actually never really looked into Cajon school district. But I'm just curious as to, and it was specifically in ELA. I didn't see the same trend in math. I did remove their middle school students from the data set and calculated it based on elementary, and in both cases, there was still regression. So was there an emphasis on writing? I'm just curious as to what showed that trend. And when I looked at other school districts in the county, they, depending on the demographics, they were kind of just still hovering in the same realm as they were in the past. So,
Because one of the things I find interesting is their percentage of English language learners is substantially less than ours.
right.
But their growth in EL, for their English language learners, or their testing is
Lower than ours.
also substantially lower than ours. And you would kind of think that would work the opposite.
Yeah.
So
That is a good point. Our teachers have, with our district resource teachers, we have over half of our students identified as English learners. We have really spent a lot of time looking at how do you acquire language simultaneously with content, and it's a task. And so we spent a lot of time looking at the research, really looking at what the expectations from the state are. Especially with the new ELD standards. They're very robust, and it's probably a 10-year implementation plan if you really live the standard in the ELD framework as you're supposed to. So, we have great teachers, and so really focused on our kids.
because a couple things that I would be interested to know specifically if you talk to them is one is class size.
Okay.
Especially if we are because depending on that with disabilities, just how particular are those numbers for them. And another thing is percent of students who actually took the test compared to our percentage.
That's a good point. I could look into that.
Well, just, it's never quite apples to apples, and those things also play a part of our testing results. They just do.
You're 100% right. I mean, talk about apples to apples. I mean, we're talking 15,000 ADA versus our 4,000, which we're under 4. So I picked unduplicated and EL, I ranked which ones because I just thought about the teachers and the instruction and what that would, what I would think would have, implications. But you're right, it's not apples to apples, and that's why I think it's really important to, by name, by need, really look at your own, really understand what your growth is and celebrate it, because, there's apples, oranges, bananas, and grapes, right? Yeah.
I do have other questions, but so does Trustee Sarmiento, so I'm gonna let her go first.
Not necessarily a question, but just a comment that having been on the board as many years as I have, and I'm not gonna say a number, but I know we can do better. I wanna see us do better. I know that you're all educators, you love children, that's why we're here, and you have the unique abilities to be able to bring the best out of our children. I wanna see that to happen, and also with you, Dr. Kraft, I want you to make it happen. Do it, please. Do it.
Yeah, it's definitely committed to it, but it's definitely a team effort. So, I think there's.
And you're the team leader.
I am.
So
I
let's
am.
lead them into it.
But I also, we want to recognize what the realities are that we have in our classrooms and what the teachers are dealing with.
And
So
like I said, we've done better in the past. I
We
know
have.
it's possible, so I want to see it happen again. Please.
Trustee Avalos.
Thank you all for coming. I realize how difficult it is, all that we have gone through in the past months and last year. It's difficult to be higher than what we would like to be, but you've all done a great job as educators, and I admire you and respect you all for being here at our schools and trying your 100% best for our students in National City. Thank you.
I have something for each of you. Principal Cracklefield, roll call.
Yeah.
So, some of your numbers don't add for me.
Oh, you just see my 81, 82.
Um,
Did I round it up?
and so, well, no, like sixth grade has 8, 27, and 4.
I'm trying to get to it, sorry. Which one?
What, let me see, sorry.
That's okay.
Overall SWD and EL, there we go, that page. So for instance, it's that last.
Oh, the last one, 28, 6th grade?
Well, that 8, 28, and above it, 8, 27, and 4. I thought that we were looking at
Yes.
add up to 100%, so I'm lost.
Yes, that was the data that was provided at the time from the data that I was looking into, and then I double checked the data in Panorama, and that was what was available. I can ask and see what happened with that, but yes, that is the data that my MTSS coordinator and I both found, and I also looked in Panorama. I'm not sure.
Okay, because I'm wondering also if there's a possibility that when the coding was put in and pulled, that you were looking at numbers of students in that category versus percentage, and that happened to get coded wrong.
Actually,
just for
no,
that one.
it was percentage, but you know what I did do this also, I don't know if this has anything to do, but I always do it first in PowerPoint and then I upload it into Google. But I always double check the data, but I'll go back and look to make
Thank
sure.
you.
I'll go back and look.
Thank you, I would appreciate that.
Yeah, of course.
Yes, thank you.
So Dr. Kraft and I did meet with Aubrey. Did you use Aubrey?
I used, Panorama.
Okay, because some of the data dropped between the two
Oh.
school years, and since most of our principals probably pulled their data last year and you
Got it.
pulled your data
Yes,
this year,
correct.
some of the teachers that are not here anymore are not in the data set. And some of the kids also exited the data set. So we can double check your data and figure out.
Yeah, that's fine. Because what I do is I go through first Panorama and I handwrite everything first and then I add everything to find out where it is. And then I also sat with my MTSS coordinator, but yes, I can see what you're saying. I'll double check it. That's fine.
And thank you for taking the time to
Yeah,
look
to
at
actually
that.
look at it and tell me.
Yes.
Thank
That's
you.
impressive.
So I have to, by contractual obligation with my long-term supported me when I started being a teacher, do a shout out to Kim Tobias in your 6th grade.
I know, right?
And that,
Yes.
yes, and not that I'm not also doing a shout out for the other teachers in 6th grade. Michelle, please forgive me. But having taught and knowing the investment, having taught with her and substituted for her, like
100%.
the really poor English is she don't play. So, and then we'll pass that buck to Principal Walker, because neither does Mr. Petty. And Mr. Petty had one of my children, and you have, like, when it comes down to it, as far as seeing those numbers in solid 6th grades,
Yeah, our 6th grade has great numbers.
and with Ms. Trzynski and with her out for a bit, the students still rocked it. So thank you to both of those. For Principal Ruiz Joe, I have a question because it looks interesting. Let's put it that way. If you'll open the next portion of that slide, stop. Have you done an evaluation on your overlapping 53%? Because I'm sure that there are different students represented within there. These numbers don't talk to us that way. But I'm just wondering what we find in that space, and with it being so perfectly aligned, just how much of that overlap is taking place.
What do you mean by overlap?
Students in both spaces.
No, they
Students who
are,
show in both.
they are 5th graders, they are 6th graders, or
But whose names in ELA are in the 53 and in the math 53. Because you
Oh,
have
they are,
the
oh,
same kid getting scoring there.
yes,
Okay.
yes.
And like I said, I'm sure it's not perfect, it's just the numbers look deceptively perfect.
Yes, it is the numbers and there is rounding because it was 52.379 and it was like random numbers. I just rounded, they both rounded using my mathematical skills. 5 and bigger it goes up, 4 smaller it stays the same. I use my mathematical knowledge to round my percentages just to make it a little bit nicer and pleasing to the eye. But yes, so they are the same students who are kind of in the same level.
Yeah, similar batch. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. See, my mental observations from being like getting older. You know, California does not require our students to pass class to move forward. That hurts us.
Yeah.
It does.
It does.
And that's something that each educator sitting in the class, and then we are presented with these numbers.
It's a skewed perception of reality.
And so we fight and battle to have our students succeed. And it's not that I'm saying that the students aren't also, but not holding them accountable to be able to pass hurts them. And they learn, because I teach 8th grade now, and my 8th graders tell me it doesn't matter until next year.
Yeah. And if you push a little bit forward to high school, because I used to teach high school 9th graders, it was like, no, for colleges and universities, the 2 years that matter are 10th and 11th grade only. So that's where I'm gonna put my A game on. So I feel you as a fellow upper grade teacher.
But it is one of those things that we have to figure out.
Yes.
How to do differently on our district in holding students to their best and providing them with that best.
Yes.
So that's a general comment, but like I said, I caught the 53s and I wanted to ask. For Dr. Segura, yay for your 3rd grade team.
Yay!
That's awesome. And I had to challenge myself for my 4 ways to do multiplication, which are skip counting, arrays, groups of, and repeated addition. And then,
You know what I mean?
get into generic rectangles, not to mention straight memorization. So what we used to do has grown so much and changed to meet the needs of learning children. But also, thank you for the shout out to parents and acknowledging their role here for their students. So Principal Santana, you did not see the looks on your colleagues' faces when you said cross-age tutoring. Expect to be coached. That's all I don't, I'm glad that you
Happy to
have that
share.
relationship. I'm thankful for that. And yeah, how can we get those possible juniors and seniors who they want to drive anyway to be able to come a little further without losing power at all of it. It's important. And a last thought, and you came.
You should join us up here, sir, I think.
I know Sweetwater I believe Sweetwater is in the middle of a math curriculum change and adoption. Your last one was rough. CPM, College Preparatory Math, on the one hand, it's a great name. And it took all of my rock star mathematicians in 6th grade who struggle with reading and convince them they couldn't do math anymore. Because it was so language heavy that you could read for a math problem an entire paragraph and read half the paragraph before you ever found anything to do with the number. So my students who struggled with reading quit trying to do math, even though they had been great at math up until then. We have to figure out how to. Of course, real life math requires you to talk and to read and to figure and to have verbiage. We have to figure out how to do something better. The fact that we are working really hard to give our kids academic vocabulary so that they can go to Sweetwater schools and not fail and not make that transition any harder from 6th to 7th, that matters. And so thank you to all of our principals and 6th grade teams who, and others, please don't hear my disrespect, not intending to disrespect younger grade teachers. I think that at 6th grade, we get so aware that we're giving them up. But that vocabulary and academic language is imperative, but we still have to be finding ways to honor our students' math abilities separate from their literacy abilities. And I'm not sure how to do it all, but we got to do better for them. And I don't ever want a kid leaving that classroom and I was the one who convinced them they couldn't do something because the curriculum failed. So all of that, thank you to you all for your time and your efforts and for your joy in your students. Appreciate it.
I'd just like to add that I was trying to help my 3rd grade grandson with his math the other day, and you hit it on the head when you talked about that paragraph. You're halfway through it before you come across any numbers. I read it through 3 times, and I said, you're gonna have to have your mom help you with that one. She's got a master's degree in business, maybe she can do it. But I was baffled. I could not figure it out. And by the way, I'm one of those cross-age tutors from Olivewood, Sweetwater High School.
Oh,
That's what I did. I had a blast. That's all.
Dr. Brady.
Yeah, I just wanted to say a couple comments. First of all, thank you all for being here tonight and for pouring through your data. It's hard to present and to really highlight in such a short amount of time that Dr. Kraft gave you. But it is nice to hear that you're having data discussions with your staff every single week, that you have your next steps identified. I heard some bright spots today that really made me feel proud of the work that we're doing. I know that we have done better in the past, but we never had COVID. And if you recall, we were one of the school districts in California that stayed closed the longest. We were closed for a year and a half, and that's because we got put into the purple range from the state of California. We were not allowed to open when we were ready to open. And so that does put students that are English learners, we're one of the highest English learners and one of the highest unduplicated counts. Also, even in South County, we have the highest unduplicated count at 89%, which means our students are living in poverty, they're English learners, foster youth, or homeless. So we have a lot to overcome. But seeing and hearing, I know you gave a little sneak peek as to what's to come with your PBIS, seeing all of our schools recognized as PBIS, watching our attendance rates grow over the years. We have kids at school, we have kids that are invested in school, and we do believe we're going to see that growth. We are looking at that data. Dr. Kraft and I have been carefully asking some of those questions. When we do see our teachers that grow into, when we're hiring from within, that means we have some really strong staff that are moving into different roles. Transitions take time, and we want to make sure that we support our new teachers coming on in that professional development that other people may have gotten for several years now. We have people that are just coming on getting that professional development. Some of the things I saw. In most of the data we saw our sixth graders doing really great. That means the programs over time are working. The other thing we heard was our reclassification data. What was that you, Dr. Segura, or Catherine mentioned 100% of your reclassified students. That means students that have been reclassified as fluent English speakers, 100% of them are proficient in above. So if you don't have a good grasp on the language, like Trustee Sarmiento just said, how are you ever going to get through that word problem if your mom doesn't have that master's degree to help you, right? So those are things that we have to work for and towards. But I did want to share with the board an email that I got from the principal at Granger Elementary at the beginning of the school year. Principal Wong said, "Hey, Leangela, I hope you and your team were able to take some time off and enjoy the summer. I wanted to share with you some of the progress that your kids made here at Granger. These kids had the most growth in math than any other school in the district. In fact, they scored 4th, right behind Eastlake, Bonita, and Rancho. We will overpass them next year. And you know that, yes, I'm sure Granger's doing some wonderful things, and those teachers and that principal can take a lot of credit, and the board members can take credit for that work as well. But you don't just show up in middle school and get results. It is everything that goes into it and builds over time. And sometimes we don't get to see the results of our students until they leave us. We know that to learn a language, it takes 5 to 7 years. And when you have lost a year and a half during COVID, there's a larger hill to climb to recover. So we're trying to control for what might be COVID related and what may not be, what might be language related, what might not be, what might be disability related, what might not be, and where we can improve in terms of our programs of professional development and growing our staff so that we don't have turnover. But those are the things we're working on, and we will continue to do better. So thank you for that, and for all of you who presented tonight.
Trustee Bedford Castaneda.
Thank you, Dr. Brady, for sharing that, because sometimes all the hard work that goes into it is not recognized, and sometimes the those that are doing all the work, it goes unnoticed. So thank you to the staff, and please share that with your team, because that's important. This is the first I'm hearing of that, so it's important to hear that. And I know that it doesn't always demonstrate up here the results that we want to see, but I know that a lot of work is being put into it. So please, thank you to all of our leaders, thank our teachers and everybody, all the support that is being done. I know countless hours are being put into to educate our students. You wouldn't be here if your heart and all your passion wasn't for educating our students. So I know that results will come. I know that we had some obstacles that we had to overcome, but it's nothing that we cannot overcome. So thank you, and I look forward to more positive results next. If not, I mean, we know that we have work to do. So again, thank you.
And I'd like to say for the teachers who aren't here, I have the opportunity to walk the classrooms weekly, and sometimes more than weekly, and it's not an easy job, and they work very, very hard, and they are giving their very, very best. And I think we're seeing it in our students. We're seeing it in our students' SEL data. We're seeing it in their ability to want to belong to the school, to be a part of it. And we are seeing our growth. It's probably not as easy of a task as it would be everywhere else, but I do want to applaud our teachers. Every single time I walk in those classrooms, there is no instructional time wasted, and there's commitment and dedication to our kids. So I think what we're seeing is a result of their hard work, and I think they'll continue to grow.
Item 11B, presentation of California Positive Behavior Interventions and Supports Medal Recognition for 2024. Dr. Kraft.
I will turn it over to Ms. Garcia.
All right, good evening, board members. Oh, I'm losing my thought process. Board members, Executive Cabinet, Dr. Brady, and President Gates. Principals, don't leave me yet. Hang around, because you're still the shining moments of our presentation today. So I would like to continue our presentation with PBIS medal recognition and our annual evaluation of our tiered fidelity inventory. So we talked a little bit last time that we got together about tier 1, that strong foundation of PBIS, positive behavior interventions and supports, where it is universal supports. We talked a lot about the expectations. We talked a lot about the family engagement. We talked about those types of things, the acknowledgement systems that our school sites are using to promote positive behavior. Tonight, what I would like to do is kind of hone in on the other tiers that may not be as visible as that tier 1 that you see when you walk onto a campus. So again, tier 1 is our universal support targeting all our students. So we kind of talked about one of those, many of those hallmarks and core features, which is the expectations, which are the acknowledgement systems, which is correcting behaviors, teaching behaviors. So tier 2 is more targeted support for our students. And really, this is a smaller number of students. We're looking at 5 to 10%. And the way that we determine who is going into tier 2 is based on those teams at the school sites. And they use lots of different data sources to make those decisions on who is going to be receiving more targeted support from for behavior and social emotional learning. And then we also have the next level, which is the most intensive support, which is tier 3. Really, this is before we even refer out to special education when it comes to behaviors and those types of things. We want to run students through some interventions at this more intensive level at tier 3. And what this looks like generally is a behavior support plan that's conducted in a collaborative manner. So the MTSS framework is within the PBIS, well, PBIS is within the MTSS framework. And really what happens here is schools utilize what we call the student study team process within that framework to make decisions. So the data sources can be everything from a parent referral, it can be from a teacher referral, it can be data collected for tier 2 interventions, it can be from a number of different ways. We look at panorama SEL data, we look at lots of different pieces. So this is what generally happens. Parents are educational partners when we get into this tier 2 and tier 3 level. We want them to be part of that student study team because they know their kids the best. And they'll be able to share what they see at home, and we can match that up what we see occurring in the school environment. Classroom teachers, of course, they share their general data on student needs and work with the team to develop those goals. We always talk about our school counselors, which are a wonderful group of people who provide consultation to teachers and provide that targeted team, small group support in tier 2. And then our school psychologists are another critical member that are kind of moving behind the scenes and supporting because they have the mental health and behavior expertise that they can consult with our counselors, with our teachers, and with our families. And then of course we have, when we get to the tier 3, the more intensive support, we have outside agencies and partners that do support with providing counseling services for students on our campuses. So that's a little bit about those other 2 tiers. So last time we shared about tier 1 fidelity data and our annual evaluation pretty much is, does this work? And so I'm sharing you a little bit of information and data about tier 2 and tier 3. So in looking at tier 2 implementation, last year we had 78.5% implementation of tier 2 practices. That's a lot of that targeted support and interventions. It could be in a classroom setting where they're getting more intensive support or targeted support from their teachers and the check-in, check-out system, maybe with a counselor or a school psychologist. And we moved, look at that, 90%. Our schools are really, really tightening up their tier 2 because of those data discussions that the principals talked about. They're not just talking about academics, they're talking about behavior and social emotional learning at that time too. So that's something to really applaud because of that implementation level really moved up quite a bit. So for tier 3 is more targeted, and we're talking a really small number of students. It could be 3 to 4 students on each campus. It's not a lot of students. And so this one tends to move a little bit slower in terms of fidelity because it really depends on that behavior support plan and if the behavior support plan is being implemented. So we did move from 67%, almost 68% to 74 or almost 75% in implementation. And there are some great plans already out with each school site on how they're going to increase that support when it comes to intensive support through the behavior support plan. And then here they are again. They're right back, right over here. And they're going to just give you some snippets. It might be related to tier 1, tier 2, or tier 3, but an opportunity for them to share about their behavior in SEL and how that directly impacts what we just heard about in their academics. Daniela?
Awesome. Hello again. So this is one of my favorite things because this is something that we have really been focusing on at Lincoln Acres. And this is something that I put that picture right in the center because that represents what our teachers do, not because they're asked to, not because they're told, not because they're directed, but because they know that's what their children need. Literally you see here Mr. Clarkin getting to the students level and reading them every single morning. This is part of their routine where they connect, where they check in, where they can get a hug, they can get a high five, they can get a fist pump just to check in and let him know how their day is going as they start walking down towards their classroom. Also, I want to mention my rock stars for PBIS, who are Ms. Chavez for my tier 1 and my tier 2. She's our school counselor. She is amazing and so committed, knows our students by name, by need, by strength, and she's always willing to go above and beyond to support our kiddos. And Mr. Dane, who we bring along when we're like, what's going on with this kid? We're not ready to move on to assessment. How can we support him? And she'll be like, okay, let me pull out some token charts or some visual schedules. And she brings that magic to help support our students with higher level of needs that we might not have the expertise to support. Our teachers are amazing. Like I said, we have a weekly focus on our PBIS lessons that they present. So not only does Ms. Chavez goes and does the lessons that she's working on, plus we have our weekly focus as a school. And then they get to work on it during their morning circles and really dig in through to those goals and to that focus for the week. And right here, you can see on that picture, it's from last year. For our kinder students, Ms. Baeza takes a picture, and every time before Ms. Chavez starts with her lesson, she shows them, this is how you raise your hand, see how you had it in that picture, this is how you do it, how you listen, sit down and listen to your, to Ms. Chavez, because our kinder friends need more support and more guidance and more visuals. So this is how every week when Ms. Chavez goes and visits the classroom, she takes a picture and she updates it to show them how they are improving and doing better and listening. And finally, I added our mantra because every month we have an awards assembly at Lincoln Acres. And every month at the awards assembly, I take that captive audience of parents. A lot of parents show up. And that's where we take a few minutes at the beginning of every assembly to have our students educate our families about
our soft skills. We learn math, reading, writing, social studies, science in our school, but not only are teachers teaching that, they're also teaching these soft skills, these behavior expectations that students need to be successful in their adult lives. So the students get to teach their parents our mantra and what our behavior expectations are. On a monthly basis, different parents get to hear about it. And then our next steps to illuminate the human potential to positively impact the world. We're starting with community meetings on Mondays. So it's kind of a pep rally before they go into the classroom. We do our Pledge of Allegiance, we review our Lincoln Acres mantra, and our next step that we're building into that, I'm gonna do this, I'm probably gonna mess it up, but I want to show it off. We are working on our Shine shout-outs. So congratulations, thank you for being an amazing world citizen, for being an innovative learner, for being a compassionate student, or for being an exceptionally prepared learner, so that our teachers can provide those Shine opportunities and I can start reading them. So it's still a work in progress. We still need to get the copies done, give teachers the opportunity to do it. But we are always looking for ways to continue to grow and illuminate our students' potential. We also, Ms. Chavez, like I said, going above and beyond. She's working with SDSU and UCSF on a pilot program called Collaborative Life Skills. This is a huge time commitment. This is a huge effort commitment. And we're going to be piloting it to see if it's worth the effort, because it only targets a few students at a time for our higher tiered students. So we might not be doing a behavior support plan, but we are targeting these students with higher behavioral needs by bringing in the parents. And once a week, the parents are committed to do a parenting, basically a parenting class with Ms. Chavez. And then our students focus on behavioral goals, and teachers have a buy-in to be marking and focusing on the positive aspects of it. So it's a pilot. We're hoping to see positive data so that we can continue to grow and work on this independently. And finally, we are gathering input from all stakeholders through about our PBIS, because we have surveys that give us big picture information, but we want to know what our students really feel about our school and their connection to our school community, as well as our families. So we're working on developing parent surveys, student surveys, and staff surveys in regards to the connection to our behavior expectations and how they interpret those expectations and what they mean to them and how it applies to them. So there's still a lot of work to do, and we're excited about it. So thank you so much. And now Ms. Soma.
We are the home of the Wise Owls at Olivewood Elementary. At Olivewood Elementary, we have Wise Owl Fridays. Every Friday, you will see the entire staff and students wearing Wise Owl shirts. This was a few years ago, we had a contest, and this was actually designed by one of our students. And if you see, it says we're safe, we're respectful, we're responsible, and we're kind. We also have trimester awards assemblies. And there's a student there, and out of those awards, 2 of them go to the wisest owl. And so students who demonstrate being safe, being respectful, being responsible, and kind get awarded. So every class picks 2 wisest owls. And then right here, we have our Wise Owl mascot. You will see him at all our events, and you will also see him surprising students at events and also surprising awards once in a while throughout our campus. The students love getting surprised with an award by the Wise Owl. And we also have our Wise Owl tickets, our WOW tickets. And so students get caught being responsible, respectful, safe, and kind. And then they look forward to those Wise Owl Fridays when we call their name over the intercom if they get selected with a ticket and they get to come to our Wise Owl store. Our next steps to illuminate the human potential to positively impact the world. We're empowering our student council. We just had elections as PBIS leaders. So now we're really excited. We're going to find out this Friday who is elected as our student council members. And as part of our student council elections, we select representatives, and they will focus on promoting PBIS values. These students will serve as a PBIS ambassador, leading initiatives, setting a positive example, and organizing events that encourage kindness, responsibility, respect, and safety. We're looking at an anti-bullying kind of campaign that they can run, and we hope to invite our firemen or policemen to come, and students can, sign the pledge that they were going to be kind and respectful to others. That's one of the projects they'll be working on. Their leadership will guide peers in embracing the PBIS principles, fostering a supportive and inspiring school community. We have a Shine writing contest that just got launched this week. We're launching a school-wide writing contest with the theme, how can I illuminate the human potential to positively impact the world? So for all the world and the world. Through essays and reflections, students will express how they embody the PBIS values and make positive impact. The contest not only engages students in self-reflection, but also reinforces the PBIS goals, highlighting each student's potential to contribute to a positive environment. So we're really excited to see the results of the writing contest. And next we have Palmer Way Elementary School.
Okay, so I love pictures, so I added a lot of pictures. Just like we also have our Panther cards. These are shiny moments. The kids love coming to the office. I do the announcement and the kids look forward to coming to Dr. Segura's office and winning those prizes. And they're little trinkets, but for them, it's a big deal because they're demonstrating that we are safe, we are responsible, we are respectful, and we are kind. And those morning messages are played every Monday morning. And my favorite part of the day is when my TK and kinder students are walking and they'll say, Dr. Segura, I saw you on television. And they're so excited. And I say, I must be famous. Because they don't quite understand that I record those, but they're amazing. And we do our weekly lessons so that we're being very proactive in teaching those expectations. So you can see Mrs. Hatakayama going over her TK, respecting all peers with her kiddos. And every quarter we do our monthly assemblies. And they're so much fun because I always try to do a selfie, learn that from Dr. Brady. Let's do a selfie, kids, and they all love it. So again, those quarterly PBIS expectations are so valuable. Our next steps to illuminate the human potential to positively impact the world. We're building community. Come in unity, community clap. So Mr. Mesa, our school psychologist, every time he ends a lesson, he ends it with this community clap. And you can see it. I wish I would have played the video, but there's a video. I just took a picture, but they're doing it all together in an assembly, and it's so powerful. It's a powerful, powerful way to just build community and show the kids that we are one community. And of course, our leadership with student council, giving them a voice, and that leadership, we're looking forward to our winter performance. They run the whole thing. So you are all invited to our winter performance and see our kids in action. Our parent engagement, this is huge. We've implemented a family fun Fridays. We're having one next week if you want to come and have breakfast. I've invited all parents to come and have breakfast with our kids. And this is communicated, all the communication with PBIS, it's communicated to parents on a weekly basis. So they're a big part. They get to see the morning messages. They get to see what is our focus. And we can't do this alone. So again, they're a big part of what we do at our school to make it great and make us shine. So, and we have a lot of, I'm really excited. I stole this idea from Berenice to have Fun Fridays and then have your meetings for Coffee with the Principal. And it's been powerful. So we're continuing to do that. So thank you, Berenice, for that wonderful, wonderful idea. And now, Las Palmas. Thank you.
Hello again. Yes, I am Berenice Home of the Gators. She's stealing some of my information. So training moments, if you know one thing about me, I'm a rule follower to the T. So I said 2 to 3 pictures. I put 2 to 3 pictures, Dr. Segura. So just a couple of shining moments. We're very excited to bring back our student council. So here we have our executive board. So our 6th graders are part of our executive board. They did presentations. There was a vote. They are able to have a student voice there. Our 5th graders and our 4th graders also have classroom representatives, so we do have that power of voice there. They have created some amazing spirit activities and unity activities, so they're really excited to be able to be a part of the table. One of the things I know with PBIS and behavior, sometimes we focus a lot on the corrective actions, and the students that are, like me, following directions and doing exactly what they're supposed to be doing sometimes don't get recognized. So this year our team decided that we really were going to focus on recognizing our students who are following our expectations and maybe are not always being recognized. So you see here, these are our TK through our 2nd graders. We have a Gator Pride Party that happens every month. Every once a month. This past month, we had 74% of our students that were recognized at a party. So we got some disco lights, and we have a Spotify account, and we have 20 minutes of them just dancing their hearts out. And they are sweaty, and they have the best time ever. So we do have 2 of them. It's TK through 2nd, and then we do TK through 3rd, and then 4th, 5th, and 6th. So that, we have some split up. So the kids love it, and they know exactly what they need to do in order to get to those Gator Pride parties. So they're really working hard. Like you can tell them, like, what's your goal? Are you ready to go to the Gator Pride party? And they fix their behavior. And then this was something that I was super excited to be able to do. For Unity Day in October for anti-bullying, our student council organized our Unity Day, and we had all 460 students down on the field. We made a big circle. We tried to get a picture, but it was really hard to get everyone in a picture. And you kind of can see, not really. It's right here. This little thing's right here. All of our students made like a little gingerbread man, person, and they wrote their message for kindness or drew a picture of kindness, and then they each held one. And so our idea or the intention, and this was part of our student council, was that they each held one, and so you could see all 460 students together and sharing their message of kindness and unity. So those are some of the ways that we're recognizing that being responsible, respectful, safe, and kind. And the next steps to illuminate the human potential to positively impact the world. As I was speaking about our leadership opportunities, we do have our student council. In addition to that, we have our positive Gator tickets. Not only are we recognizing our staff or recognizing our students, but we also have some other Gator tickets where students are recognizing each other, and then they turn in their tickets. So they're catching each other, doing the right thing. And also we have staff shout outs, so staff to staff. So we're really focusing on the positive and leadership. And we also have our students of the month. We have our employees of the month also. Parent engagement was a huge thing. I know with COVID, so many parents felt like they were not welcome onto our campus for a variety of reasons. They didn't feel connected. So one of the things that we brought was the first Friday of the month. We call them the Gator gatherings, where the intent was that they have 20 minutes, they come to the classroom, they read with their students, either a whole group and small groups. But the parents love it because they're able to come into the classroom 20 minutes, they see what's happening, they get to know their classmates, then read. And then right after that, as Dr. Segura says, we whisk them away into the cafeteria and we have coffee with the families. So it's fantastic to be able to invite them on the first Fridays. And then also our positive behavior expectation calibrations. We're consistently enforcing and redefining what it means to be safe, responsible, respectful, and kind so that we can get to that Gator party. So those are just some of the ways. I know there's a lot more that we could talk about, but I know we have some more people to introduce. So we're very excited about it. And next up, Central Elementary Principal. I won't pronounce her name.
Walker. As we at Central, we are a fledgling PBIS Tier 1 community, and what we are doing right now is we are really flooding our students with those dolphin tickets and being recognized for being responsible, being safe, being kind, and being respectful. We also have weekly updates in our staff bulletin about what our behavior focus is for the month. And then based on our data, behavior data, we also have a behavior area focus. So for example, this week, our focus is on the playground. So our behavior focus for this month is being respectful for the whole month. But our focus this week is specifically on the playground because that is what the data has showed us, where we need to have a little bit more extra focus. So then we also have our staff shout outs where our staff can shout out other staff and they get to go to the teacher store and pick a prize, which is always nice because teachers also are part of MTSS and they also need to be recognized. In addition, on Fridays, we do have our the students that do receive dolphin tickets do come to the office for a prize. Also to make sure that all of our parents know also what our monthly behavior focus is and they can also support at home. On our school blog, every week I always put out what the behavior focus is. And I also give them ideas of what they can do at home to reinforce what that may look like in their home. Our librarian, which is very lovely, she also has curated books for all of our behavior focuses. Each week, we send out new books that they can use in the classroom and also that our parents can use also at the National City Library if they'd like to go there. They can go to the library and also use them to also reinforce whatever our behavior focus is for that month. This month, again, it's being respectful. And Tuesday, we met as a Tier 1 PBIS committee, and we are going to be recalibrating all of our school-wide expectations across the board tomorrow at our staff PD. That means as a staff, you will all be sitting together looking at and redefining what those behavior expectations are in every single area of the campus. That way everybody has ownership and what those expectations are, and everybody is able to actually teach them also because we are now all in agreement. In addition, tomorrow we will also be looking at our behavior flow chart on what are minor behaviors versus major behaviors, which is also a very important piece of the Tier 1 base at our school site. And our next, we have also our quarterly PBIS assemblies, which are amazing. It's very important to have those, especially since we did open up our brand new playground. It was really important for us to kind of revisit that a couple of times because the kids were so excited to be on their new playground and have that new experience. You would think some of them did forget how to go down slides, but it was really important for us to go over that again, right? And make sure that we walk them through everything, and also making sure that PBIS is everybody in our school family, meaning our parents, our classified staff, and our certificated staff. And it's very important for me to also make sure that our campus supervisors are always being trained to make sure that they know how to recognize our students in positive ways on the playground. Because it can be difficult, but it's also very important for them to have those skills and strategies to best serve our students out there as well. And that's something that's really important to me. And they're doing an amazing job. And our next steps is, like I just mentioned, is really refining and strengthening our Tier 1 supports for consistent, inclusive, and really safe learning environments. We know that with PBIS, research tells us that if kids have that sense of strong belonging, they want to be at school and they want to do better. And so that is very important. And through PBIS, we can make sure that they feel that sense of belonging and they want to be at school every day. Also, making sure that we're really aligning our behavior expectations, really calibrating our behavior expectations matrix, which we will be doing tomorrow as a staff. Also, we'll be looking at our flow chart with our staff as well, to making sure that we really are defining all of the behaviors that we deem minor or major behaviors. And this is really important because, as we know, the students that we had 4 years ago are not the same students that we are having right now sitting in our chairs. And the behaviors that we saw 4 years ago before COVID are not the behaviors that we're seeing right now. So it's very important that as a staff we calibrate to make sure that we all have the same expectations of minor versus major when we're doing that, and also the interventions that we can use to help those students succeed. And last, for me, that school to home connection is very, very important. One thing that I also like to do is I like to work with REACH. Every month I have a standing meeting with our REACH coach, our director, and I train talked to her, don't train, I talked to her about her also using those same interventions in the REACH program. We have a lot happening at our school. I like to say we're like New York City, there's always something going on. And it's also very important that the students know that the same expectations that go on from 8:45 to 3 p.m. are the same expectations when you're there before school and also after school. And also, they're also using our dolphin tickets as well. They're also reinforcing with our behavior expectations as well. After school. So when we see kids maybe acting a little different in REACH, all we have to say is, are you being a dolphin? And they just immediately, yes, and it has really made a big difference. And the coach and REACH has said that it's also made it a lot easier for their coaches to make sure that the behaviors are under control. So that's something that's really important. And again, our curated book list. Our librarian is new this year. She's absolutely amazing. And she is curating book lists every week for all of our staff to use, but also for me to send home to our parents and put on our school blog so that they can go to the library and also purchase it and also have those nice, like a lot of our parents read a lot to their kids, so they can take one of those books, and one of the books, if the focus is on being respectful, they can use one of those curated books to read with their kids and talk about what that means to be respectful and what it looks like. And hopefully that will carry over not over to the home, but also to our school and then out into the community. So that is what we're doing over at Central.
All right, thank you very much. Principals, as always, amazing leadership when it comes to PBIS. So thank you so much. This is the fun part. So we are now ready to present our 2024 PBIS medal recognition. We have the 5 amazing leaders here, and their teams have done a beautiful job. So we'll go ahead and get started. Thank you, Ms. Blanchette, for helping us out. We'll have you like pose with one at 1.2. Okay, so our first school we'd like to recognize is Lincoln Acres Elementary School. Thank you so much for the platinum. All right. Another platinum level, look at her. Another platinum school that we have, very proud of Olivewood. I do have the t-shirt, thank you very much. I will take any t-shirt that you want to send my way when I come onto your campus. Thank you so much, Platinum Olivewood. Palm away without fail, platinum level, thank you so much. And Las Palmas, our Gators are gold, and they are have wonderful stuff. I can't wait for platinum next year. And finally, we have Central School, who has bronze implementation. I love growth, and you guys are going to just kick behind this year. They're going to do wonderful. So come on up.
And highly competitive, and we will probably have gold next year.
I can kind of feel it.
For our Lincoln Acres community.
Absolutely. All right, a little photo opportunity for.
Last time.
Oh, yes.
Along.
Yes, ma'am.
In 2 weeks.
Come on, Ms. Alvarado.
Okay.
There you go. There's space over here. Come on.
All right. Congratulations. Wonderful photo opportunity.
Cece, come on over here.
Behind the scenes, I just,
I'm just the coach.
Coach, get in here.
All right. Thank you so much, principals, for the hard work. I can feel feel it every time I walk on your
I
campus.
still have some of those, pictures on my house.
All right, thank you so much. That concludes our presentation for PBIS for the 2024 school year, and we'll be doing this again next year.
Trustee Castaneda.
I just wanted to make a comment. I know it was mentioned about, there was a booklet sent over to home to reinforce what is being used. I hope that we are sending home to, I don't mention at one school site. I hope we're doing that across the district, because I mentioned this at our previous board meeting. We don't want to lose the momentum that we are doing as we presented today, that all our school sites are working so hard. So it's important that we continue that with that partnership that we have with our parents. So please, I hope that all of our school sites are doing that. I hope that we are doing that district-wide, and I hope that CC, you're helping our school sites create a district, maybe from a district handbook, so that way it's consistent across the district. Or
Well, yes, and absolutely. What we want to do is we want to make sure we have that string that goes through each school in the district. It may look slightly different based on the school needs, but all our PBIS teams and our school leaders know and are aware that I have open office hours. They can call and say, hey, do you come in, and it's virtual or whatever, and say, hey, do you have an idea of such and such? I'm like, have you talked to Daniela at Lincoln Acres? This is what she does when it comes to parent engagement. But yes, we want to make sure that our parents that might not be able to make it in to school on some of those wonderful events do have access to PBIS, what it means and how they can support at home.
right, because I know that sometimes those tools are not always available to be able to be provided on the school site. So if we have those tools at home that we can utilize for parents, it's important that we don't have, that we don't lose that momentum. So, and especially when they matriculate into the middle school, that we don't, that it's not lost, because we can't control when they leave us. So if they continue having those, that essential information, that they're constantly in the know, and that we are they're equipped to continue. So I hope that we can continue with that support for our families, because it is very crucial. You have put so much effort. You have put so much. You've invested too much into our children that we don't want to lose that. So parents just need to have all that power and all the tools. So thank you. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any other comments?
I'll just say your pride in your students again. It's a joy to see. So, let's see, from regular awards where students educate parents. So, thank you, Principal Ruiz, Joe, to everything going on, all of what you threw out, the police department, the firefighters this time. You're pulling everybody in. So thank you for that, Principal Santana. Your family fun Fridays, whether it's, kind of, borrowed or not. But
It works.
And every way we can get our parents to feel like this is also home for them. Thank you, Dr. Ziegler. Principal Walker, thank you for the reminder of power of voice for our students. It matters. And to Principal Now I'm gonna freeze because I'm sitting here looking at her and going, oh shoot, I'm gonna get it wrong.
Rojo, just do rojo.
It's good. The teacher shout out and stored. Those are good things. So, thank you for the places you overlap. Thank you for the places you are unique. Thank you that you see it as sharing and not, well, quasi-competing. But it matters. And my last thought is, may we all see our children by name, by need, by strength. So thank you for your participation and your presentations today. Thank you. So. All right. I'm going to call for a 5 to 7 minute recess because it is coming on 9 o'clock and we still have work up here to do. So, thank you all for staying with us. A few minute recess.
I was about to vote that you're done.
Okay. we will resume at item 11C. Item 11C is to amend CT 3894 with Oliver Gardens and Center. Do I have a motion? Motion to approve.
I have a comment on that.
Do I have a second? I will second. All right. Trustee Lusarga, you had a comment you wanted to make?
Thank you. I just wanted to mention, I will abstain myself with this, item agenda because as everybody know, I work at the place of Olive Garden Learning Center. And, just to clarify, although I work there, I have not received funding from this, allocation for this programming. So I would like to abstain from that vote.
Thank you. Dr. Kraft, will you please speak to this amendment?
Yes, we're really excited to expand our expanded learning opportunities in the after-school program. As I've shared with the board, we've been able to double the amount of students that are participating. This ties in with our broad course of study and really helps to specialize students who are very interested in gardening, sustainability. Gardening is of course associated with the chemistry, the science, that STEM component behind that, agriculture, which is actually a large industry in Southern California, food production. And so looking at a system, the hydroponic system is a different way of growing food. And so we do have our ELOP monies that will help us to invest in the capital that will be required to actually have this. We plan to have it in every school. Mr. Sanchez has been working very closely with the Oliver Gardens. We are getting cooking carts. We will have kind of the groups, more targeted to after school, but of course, the materials will be there if we would like to have that during the day.
Okay, do I have any questions? Trustee Sarmiento.
Yeah, I'm wondering, this is a huge increase, $445,000, and you mentioned ELOP monies. Is all of that ELOP monies, and is this going to continue year after year, or is this just a one-shot deal?
No, it's all ELOP money. Right now from the legislation, it looks like the ELOP will continue annually. If we don't spend the money, we give it back, and we want to be able to invest with expanded learning opportunities for our students. And so expand and connect what is happening during the day into the after. So.
And again, this is a one-time fund expenditure for the infrastructure, but then it will be much less to run year after year. So it's for the hydroponic garden and the cooking facilities in each of our gardens for the after-school program, one-time investment. Then it can be used at a much cheaper rate for those garden clubs and also be used during the day as part of our garden.
Now, if it's less to use year after year, how much less?
Do you know how much is for the infrastructure?
I think, well, you would probably have to pay for maybe gas on the cooking parts or however it's cooked.
You're talking labor too, 2 full-time professional experts.
Yeah, they're
That's ongoing.
Yeah, they run under 40 each. So, yeah.
So that's 80,000 out of 445. Where's the rest go?
Infrastructure.
So the 445 is to the upstart of the program.
Right. So the capital. So we want to establish. We have to purchase the hydroponics. We have to protect it and put it in the shed. Yeah. It's the purchase of the materials is a one-time cost. There will be ongoing stuff like gas for the cooking, some chemicals maybe for the hydroponics, but those are nominal. And the food is what we grow. We want the kids to be able to cook the food that's growing in the gardens and trying things out. So, so anticipating moving forward, obviously, if we look at the situation moving forward and we have to reduce by one person, we also have our reach staff, which could continue that work. But we do prefer our professional experts who have a strong background.
The other thing is we've seen how popular the after-school recreation has been with the new playgrounds. But not every student is sporty or athletic, and so you'll see the next item, I believe, is for arts. We've had Catalina Maynard come in and do the theater arts. This is another opportunity to get kids outside, enjoying the fresh air, but maybe not doing a sport, doing something in the garden.
Trustee Avalos?
Did I hear this right? This money, either we use it for this or we lose it?
With the ELOP funds, and Dr. Burke can confirm that, is that the state expects you to use it. And whatever is not used or expensed out, they give you a time frame to expense it out. And if you don't use it, you have to send it back.
This is specifically for this, right?
For after school, for expanded learning.
But not necessarily specifically the hydroponics, just for clarification.
No, you have leeway into creating expanded learning opportunities programs. So right now we've got some STEM programs, we've got some athletics, we focused on the fields and moved on our fields. That was the same funding. Mr. Sanchez, do you want to share a little bit more? If you want to come up to the podium and share some of the programming that we've expanded to, talk about our soccer teams.
Yeah, we also, Mariachi, the A Reason to Survive program, we've expanded to soccer. For last year, we offered it for students in 4th through 6th. This year, we expanded it to students in kindergarten through 2nd. So we have all families, give all families the opportunity to experience, the feeling of being a soccer mom, even though you may not be able to afford the high pricing of, putting your child in club soccer. So that's, something else that we also expanded to. This is an opportunity, to continue. Oh, yeah, we have a program of photography at El Tejon, as well as, what is El Tejon doing? Photography, and they also have like their own little soccer club as well that they expand all the way down to TK as well. This particular program here, I heard earlier, that the opportunities to make children feel like they belong in our schools. Like Dr. Brady was mentioning, being able to give those students who expressed in the student survey, which I also heard earlier about giving students, that voice to be able to express what is important to them. Cooking was something that students throughout our schools mentioned, so this is an opportunity to provide them that. And also, the programs that are provided, in other districts. This idea here, I wanted to go see what it looks like elsewhere. One of the only districts in San Diego County that's running it is Coronado, so why not our kids? So I think this is an investment in our students, be able to give them that belonging, give them those experiences, and it aligns perfectly with our ELOP program.
Trustee Lizarraga?
Thank you. Just a question, because I don't know, about what's it's gonna be a continuation of the already established program for the school gardens, and how they're gonna use, products from there, and as a continuation of the after school. So how it's gonna be like overlapping, or it's gonna be together? It's a combo effort?
It's going to be separate than what is offered during the school day. This is actually an opportunity for students to see how food is grown in our school gardens, but then also the science behind the hydroponics. You can actually grow the lettuce in a very, very short amount of time. The lettuce that I saw grown in Coronado, it took them 6 weeks, and it is the most vibrant, full of life lettuce you have ever seen. It was really, truly impressive. So just the science behind it is also another piece that is very educational for our kids.
Thank you. Yeah, just ask you because as you know, we have a system in place for school garden, and they take ownership of the garden, and they go and invest in exposures. What's the number one concern about how athletics grow or how watermelon grows. So it will be something that I'm being in support of. And so thank you for bringing that up. And I'm more than happy to continue the effort on my part. Thank you.
Trustee Bettencourt Castaneda.
Thank you. I think this is a good opportunity for our students. Aside that, we have the partnership with Olive Gardens. It's kind of a continuance from that. I know that it takes a lot of time for items to, or the product to grow at Olive Gardens. And then you can see the difference on how quickly it will grow at our school site. And they'll be able to maybe taste the difference. You can see the difference potentially in the quality, the taste, and so on. But the fact that they will see their product and then the results of their efforts as well. So, and this the way their all their efforts and what they do. So I think it's something that since they will be going to field trips and stuff at Olive Gardens, it's a continuation of their learnings and all that they've learned, and they will be able to, again, put it to work at their actual school site. So it's the more they learn, the more effort they put into it, and the constant learning will just benefit them. So I think that this is something that our students will most definitely benefit from, and the investment that we put into our kids, it's just going to be that much more. And yes, of course, if Coronado kids can have it, why not our kids? Right. There should be any difference. So thank you, and I most definitely would love to support this. So.
Thank you.
Dr. Burke.
I guess I would just add that ELOP is not intended to be more of the same. So it is an extension of what happens in the day. It's supposed to be building upon it. So it's not just more of the same extended time type of thing. So yeah, it does align that way, so that even with the garden, it's kind of an extension of what's happening with Olivewood too. So it connects and extends and really threads nicely with what the spirit of the law was.
Dr. Kraft. Yes, and when we began to explore this as an option, obviously, I looked at the Workforce San Diego workforce priorities, and also the feeders into the CTE programs that are offered in the high school. And so everything we do is very intentional. We have the opportunity with our expanded learning programs to provide those opportunities for our kids, because when you start them young and you keep those interests, it will help them and their families when they get into the secondary component. So we have the culinary component to it. We've got the science component to it. And then with our other programs, we're hitting media arts, CTE programming. So we're really trying to backwards plan, since we are a union district and we don't have the benefit of a unified, with what is being offered now. And unfortunately, the board member left, and I'd hoped you've been able to hear that, because we want to continue those efforts. And I do know that the middle schools or the junior highs, they are building what are called prongs for the CTE that are feeding into the high school. And we want to be able to get our kids in there as early as possible. Trustee Bettencourt Castaneda.
So it's interesting you just mentioned that. I was at a visit today at the Sewell Union High School District in regards to CTE, and they were mentioning all the different prongs, and culinary was one of the things that they did mention. I was at their visit for the PT program, and they listed all the different CTE programs, and I attended, there, but because it's interesting on the fact that they do only focus on the high school level, but the fact that we do need to focus on starting at the elementary school level. So yeah, we do need to have that conversation a little bit more deeper with our high school theater program. So, but yes, they had that culinary, photography, and so on. And there's so many different components of the CTE program, and the concepts that they did mention. So,
Trustee Sarmiento.
I'd just like to say, can we work in some math and language arts into that curriculum for the after-school programs, that maybe we can embellish and help bring up our scores a little bit?
Well, I actually did just look at our score trends, and I'll put them in the board memo. So the science component is applied mathematics that you'll be seeing in the hydroponics.
I was raised in farm country, and one of the things that I never learned as a kid was that you don't need dirt. I mean, middle of Pennsylvania, they want you to put it in dirt. And so, but not everybody in our community has a yard. And so this does start to help you question what you always thought you knew. So, if there are no more questions, I'm going to bring us back to the vote. We have an amendment to CT 3894. Motion by trustee Bettencourt Castaneda, second by trustee Gates. Please vote.
Item passes 4 yes, 1 abstain.
Item 11D to amend CT 4207 with a reason to survive to provide after-school visual arts program. Do I have a motion to amend?
Motion to approve.
Pardon?
Amend why?
Because we're amending the CT 4207.
For an increase. It's an increase.
I see it. Okay, I believe that was trustee Lusada first, am I correct? And then second, sorry, for those of you here, my left ear is a little clogged today. Dr. Kraft.
Yes, this is again a continuation of expanding our learning programs for our students. We are bringing it down to our youngest learners. There are specialized techniques with professional experts that are coming in that will engage the early artist creativity. One of the things that is coming out of the workforce that's very clear is there's going to be a lot of automation, a lot of AI will be replacing, and what is going to be a precious commodity is your ability to be creative. That is something that will be a factor. And so we want to ensure that even if you don't become a visual artist, that we are growing that thinking pattern. Anything else you'd like to add, Mr. Sanchez?
Just the other piece that makes this special is, I know we talked earlier about community and parent engagement. This, the idea that I've been working with the Reason to Survive on is bringing the parents in, because we know the earlier we get them, that's, we can really foster that relationship with our families and continue to have their involvement, as their children, go through the, through the grades. So what this amendment would also ensure is that we have family art nights. And we know that our parents are much more involved with our little ones. I think that's just natural. So this is what we plan on doing is to hold a monthly art family workshop. So we bring families and they can work side by side with their children on creating art together.
Trustee Lusada?
Thank you. Thank you for bringing the valuable information about parents, because I always mention who put stress on the kids, right? The parents, we have a question towards that is, the possibility with this program is successful. Of course, it's going to be successful, but because it's going to be the component of the parents doing it with the kids, but we have something on the radar for the upper graders.
As far as including the families?
For the future, yeah. I know this is the start, but would be something that we can do, consider in the future, having 4th, 6th graders on our program.
Yeah, actually our 2nd through 6th graders do already participate in a Reason to Survive, or on campus is what we call it. As far as incorporating the family component into it, I don't see why we wouldn't be able to do that. This is actually, the first time we're attempting this, so I think, the feedback that we get from families will definitely help to inform, the desire, to continue this with our upper graders as well.
Thank you. Sometimes they have senioritis, they don't want parents there because, they're ready to go to middle school. But I know I heard from several parents that say they don't want me to kiss them, they don't want them to be there in school, but you know, some other kids that they say they want the parents there, and they really, you know, this is proven that the kids, the more parents are engaged in the kids' education, not only on the academic part, but on the social emotional. This is the social emotional bonding with the parents. So thank you for bringing that up.
Any other questions? All right, I have a motion to amend CT 4207 by trustee Lusardiga with a second by trustee Bettencourt Castaneda. Please vote.
Item passes unanimously.
Item 11E to approve CT 4220 with San Diego Mathematics Project to provide services for early education teachers. Do I have a motion? Motion to approve.
I second the motion.
Dr. Kraft?
Yes, this is an exciting opportunity that Ms. Castaneda has been partnering with San Diego Mathematics Project with. So I'd like to invite her up to the podium to give a kind of a brief.
I would say good evening, but good night. Board. So yeah, we're very excited. We've had a few all of our teachers are amazing, but capacity builders. Shout out to Ms. Bakong, who's been working tightly with the Math Project, and she's been representing us very well throughout San Diego County. And I've been meeting with Dr. Nick Johnson from San Diego State, and we're working together to come up with ways to support our preschool teachers and TK teachers in with the new foundations, which are equivalent to the standards for kinder through sixth grade. So these are the foundations that just came out in August. So we want our teachers to have professional learning opportunities, and also get the opportunity to learn from each other and have a safe space where they get to try new things and say, I like this teacher move. It impacted the child in this way, because children are curious and so smart. So if we give them the tools right away, and by the way, our preschool teachers are amazing. And if we just keep on giving them strength and professional learning, our children will go much, much farther.
Do we have any questions? Okay, I have a motion to approve CT 4220 by trustee Bettencourt Castaneda and a second by trustee Lusardiga. Please vote.
Item passes unanimously.
Thank you. Item 11F to approve CT 4229 with computers to kids. Do I have a motion? Motion to approve.
Second the motion.
Dr. Kraft?
Yes, this program is a much more sustainable way of addressing e-waste. And I can have Mr. Cossey go up.
Hi. Hello, everyone, board members and executive cabinet. So the Computers to SD Kids, you've probably heard of it before. It's mostly been associated with the Connect to Compete program, where Cox Communication comes out and they provide computers and trainings for families, and most of the districts in San Diego County with similar demographics to our district. And so kind of the backside of that, the computer part, has been Computers SD Kids. And so it's a great organization. So what we seek to do is to take advantage of the other side, which is actually our e-waste, providing our e-waste to Computers SD Kids. What they do with that is they buy license that they go and they refurbish the equipment with and provide it back to our families. So anything that would be, we wouldn't e-waste anything that would actually have a value. We would take that and sell that like we would normally do. But in this case, it's a good way to recycle and continue to give back to the community. There's several other districts in the county that do this now. San Diego Unified, Vista Unified, San Marcos, I believe. So there's a few other districts that take advantage of that, and I would love to participate.
Any questions? Okay. I have a motion to approve CT 4229 by trustee Bettencourt Castaneda, a second by trustee Lusardiga. Please vote.
Item passes unanimously.
Item 11G is to approve CT 4240 with GoTo Communications, Inc. to provide voice to telecommunication services for 3 years. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second motion?
Dr. Kraft?
Yes, this is our telecommunication system, formerly known as Jive. So I can let Mr. Cossey explain a little bit of that, and I wasn't sure if we should amend the item to include that it is formerly known as Jive. Is that necessary?
No, because you're approving.
It's not necessary, I just wanted to make sure I followed.
Okay, so new contract, don't need to amend. Okay.
So this is our phone system, and we're happy that it works. It would be a problem if it didn't work. It's one of those things that's kind of back in background and people just expect to work. It's there, it's in every classroom. It's a safety tool. We plan to expand on that at some point in the near future. When we look at safety and intercom, our phone system is a part of that. And so we're purchasing items that lean towards safety and that all work together. Some items that will come to you later down the road. This is an important component of it. So while the phone system is just a phone system, we plan to use it in a way that, like, for example, if a classroom doesn't have a speaker or an office doesn't have a speaker, we plan to send notifications through the phone as well. And so there's different ways that we can leverage this technology, and we hope to do that in the very near future.
Questions? If I do have a question, I'm assuming it's Wi-Fi based? Wireless?
The phone system is not wireless.
Okay.
It's a pretty standard. The only thing that makes it really different is it's not hosted here. It's hosted in the cloud in LA.
Okay, because we did have the experience at my school site of 3 weeks last school year that Wi-Fi went down at our site. And so when we talk about the security issue, our phone system is Wi-Fi based, which meant we had no phones. And it was about 4 days into week 1 when, in discussion with our teachers union president, that this was mentioned, and we realized that that meant we had only had cell phones, if people had their cell phones with them, which of course most of us do as teachers, but still, which speaks directly to the safety issue. If we had had emergencies on campus, the police department doesn't have my cell phone number to contact me, to reach. And so we forget that, and we are so used to having the phone available at all times and just reaching into our back pockets now. But the importance of a secure system that's going to work in any of those situations. Unfortunately, we didn't have that kind of safety issue come up, but it was 4 days before we realized, oh my gosh, we don't have access to each other, and had to get walkie-talkies. That should not be happening. And granted, it was fixed, but that's something that we need to make sure never happens for us here. So thank you for bringing this forward. Dr. Brady.
When we moved to the Jive Communications, we had one phone at every single school and at the district office, and it was red. And it plugged into the wall so that if the grid ever went down and you couldn't use your cell phone, you couldn't use the Wi-Fi, you could make those emergency calls and get a message out. So I was just asking Dr. Burke if he knew if we were still paying the bill for the landline. So we'll get that information for the board and to Mr. Cossey.
Trustee Sarmiento.
So if they don't require Wi-Fi, does that mean if the power goes out that our phone system won't work?
So it's not a Wi-Fi based phone system, but it is a network based. And so they're in the normal situation in a lot of districts that if the power went out, the phones wouldn't work. And so that is the reason of the red phones. And so, so there's a little story to all of this. And so, and every district is working through these issues. So, including us. And so you have to plan for disasters and how you recover for those disasters. We talked about that the last time I spoke to you with cybersecurity. And so it's one of the things that we're working towards is how do we do that? So we do have battery backups on all of our sites that keep the network running. And we are looking into if the system fails, like the network fails, so power's still on, but the network fails, what do we fail over to for another connection out to the internet? So it's one of the things we're working on. For the red phones, it gets a little challenging these days because the red phones were a great idea. I had red phones in my previous district. It's a lot of districts use that. The telephone companies themselves are transitioning away from the copper lines. And so they made an announcement probably like 5 years ago that they were going to go away. And it's a very real thing. And now they're going to start reinforcing that. So technology departments, maintenance departments have to come up with a solution. And so we're working through that now. So I've met with my counterpart in the maintenance department and told them, hey, this is a real thing. Those copper phone lines are going away, and some of the solutions are cellular. So cellular with a battery backup. And so those are type of technologies that we're looking at and that we plan to implement to keep things safe and the communications up throughout, whether it's a power outage or a network failure, is providing that continuous connectivity.
I won't be giving you an update on the red phone.
Trustee Avalos.
I have a landline
Yes,
that I've had all my life.
yes.
And I got a little sad because they said that you're right, they wanted me to move the landlines. What am I gonna do without it? I don't like carrying these little cell phones everywhere I go. You know what I mean? But I do have a landline and they leave me messages. My family uses it more. My best friends use my landline. They don't use my cell phones. So I'm kind of sad that they want to get rid of it.
Yes, the technology is changing.
My life had it. And I don't want to get rid of it. I don't want them to cut it down. That's my favorite phone.
Moving with
And
times,
I can take that landline with me, my phone, wherever I go and plug it in. If I go to an event for the school, I take it, plug it in,
Conferences.
and talk on my landline. I don't have to talk on my cell phone.
Wow, that's awesome.
Yeah, I do.
It's a different kind of mobile phone.
But only certain people have that number.
Yeah.
You guys don't have it, does it?
No, it's just the number
The
of
board does not have it.
Yeah, really does. Wherever you plug in.
Dr. Kraft.
Yeah, and I'd also like to share with the board that Mr. Cossey and team did a check and audit, I don't know what would be the appropriate word, where you checked all phones to ensure that we are paying for high usage phones with high usage costs. And the low usage phones, let's say in rooms where there isn't a classroom in there, but there might be a situation where somebody has to be in there, we pay the low usage costs. So we're trying to be very prudent with while maintaining safety. I thought that was a very effective method that they use for our phones.
Yes, we're trying to look at everything phone related, and as we go through these different transitions in technology, we're working with different departments and individuals in those departments with faxing, because those lines are going away, so we're trying to transition those over as well.
Trustee Lusada.
Sorry, Mr. Cofield, how that works in a lockdown situation?
In the lockdown situation, as it exists now, we have to rely on the all-call system, which the phone, as far as I know now, there's a phone in the front office that can dial into the system, and it goes out and plays for the speakers. And actually, we're actively engaged in a project right now. We're going out and testing those systems to make sure that every classroom, every office, even on the exterior, you can hear them. So we have plenty of gaps in the district that were the purpose of the audit And the system check is to identify what needs to be repaired, replaced, or just addressed. And so then we'll come back and when we get all that information, put together a plan and a budget and move forward.
Okay, thank you.
Quick recommendation.
Sure.
For that, please don't just listen for whether or not it turns on. It needs to be loud enough or distinct enough to be heard over 32 talking students and a teacher. And many of our classrooms, they are not loud enough. Honestly, my experience has been that many classrooms, we don't want them to interrupt us too much. For the regular, we have a lost student, please return to your classroom kinds of calls. And so we keep them, either they're kept too low or they are just volume overall is low. But there are plenty of times where I have been unable to hear that the sound or that the speaker system has been on, and I've missed half a message. We cannot afford that for these situations. So please, while you're checking, either make sure volume is actually up enough, considering that decibel level in the classroom, or we need to engage in some sort of siren signal alarm that is different and unique for lockdown emergencies, please.
So we're.
Smile at me, give me a good answer.
Well,
That's excellent.
we're doing all of the above, so kind of baby steps. So we're going out and we're checking the various areas that I mentioned. One of the things that we're recording, and so this is all hands on deck, including myself, going out and can we hear it? Is it gargled? So low volume. What we want to do is we want to introduce new technology that's safety related. And part of that is introducing an IP speaker that it's IP-based speaker. It plugs into the network and it has a display. It'll look like a clock, a digital clock. And we'll put a school logo on it. But that device is a critical communication piece. So just like you said, it'll have an alerter on it that can be different colors. It can flash. We can scroll messages across it. So we'll be at a different level of technology where we can have silent alarms in the very near future, where we don't have to necessarily do a broadcast. We can push messages out through your device, through your cell phone. So very, very easily, and it's not tremendously expensive to get there. So, but it takes a while to put it all together.
Okay. All right. Well, let's go back to telecommunications.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any further questions? All right. I have a motion to approve CT 4240 by trustee Bettencourt Castaneda and a second by trustee Lizarraga. Please vote.
Item passes unanimously.
All right, item 11H has been pulled. Item 11I is to approve CT 4247 between the National School District Governing Board and Neighborhood House Association for the fiscal year 2024-2025.
Move to approve.
Okay, Dr. Kraft.
Yes, this is for preschool, for the Head Start program. This is revenue up to $417,796. And we receive revenue based on students participating that qualify for Head Start. So approval of this contract would allow us to obtain those revenues.
All right, do we have any questions? Okay, I have a motion to approve CT 4247 by trustee Lizarraga, a second by trustee Bettencourt Castaneda. Please vote.
Item passes unanimously.
Item 12, human resources. Item 12A to authorize National School District membership in School Employers Association of California. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second motion.
Dr. Kevin?
This is a membership that we had last year. We are bringing it back. SEAC is a similar organization to ANACSA or School Services. They give and provide advice to our school districts, particularly in the area of HR and collective bargaining, along with governance and any type of financial support. So they serve as a similar entity as the examples I gave.
Questions? All right. Motion to authorize by trustee Bettencourt Castaneda, second by trustee Lusardica. Please vote.
Madam President, unanimously.
Item 12B, to approve job description for Human Resources Coordinator / Risk Manager. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve the discussion.
Second motion.
Dr. Kevin?
In human resources, we've had 2 human resources specialists. This year, we decided to reduce to one HR specialist in order to create this position. So it's not a new position, it's filling a vacancy, but in a new role. So this position would be a position that combines HR functions with risk management activities, such as workers' comp, leaves of absences, school safety, training, and preventing injuries from employees. Would be somebody who could train our employees and getting people back to work. So it also includes a return to work program and really expanding that program and creating timelines and managing employees who are out on leave, whether it be for workers' comp or for maternity leave and things like that.
Trustee Bettencourt Castaneda?
Just wanted to open up discussion in regards to the title.
Okay, thank you. One of my concerns is the title. I feel like risk manager does leave a more negative connotation. And so in looking at that, because if we're talking about health, wellness, and safety for employees, I understand that risk is associated with that, but risk leaves that negative feel, and I don't like that it sounds like we're saying risks to the district. I don't want there to, and also considering a person coming in, if that connotation is there, that they are I feel like that could prevent that person from being able to effectively do their job if somebody's looking at them with a negative light. I understand that there are risk managers, but it's a little different when we're talking about school district and human resources. What risks would we be talking about? Especially when it seems like this is more of a like you said, some safety and training, injury prevention, and plus also management of timelines, oversight of when people go out on leave, when they return to us, and all of the law that goes with that. That it just straight up name seems hindering to me, which might be a silly thing, but semantics sometimes really have an impact.
It sounds like you might be risk manager averse.
Definitely risk manager title.
Averse. But it is an industry standard name. That is a position that does exist in school districts and private company organizations, throughout the country. So it's not. I would think anyone applying to the risk manager position would know what that entailed. It is a job path, but that doesn't mean we're not interested in changing the name or altering it. But it is a position. It isn't one that was created internally it is a standard position.
Yeah, some of the risks that we're looking at here is, when a child falls on campus or something happens to a student or an employee, there is a risk of litigation. So this person is going to collect the evidence, understand what happened, interview people, talk with the district, get everyone's story, and then be ready to work with Keenan, who is our insurance provider, should that happen. So that's just one example. But risk is also trying to prevent injury. So as I use an example would be like gopher holes. So they go and they walk the campus and they tell you, look, there's a slip here. We need to make sure we paint this little, like sometimes there's like 1/4 inches where the cement is lifting or something like that. They're going to look for risks within a school site. Our risk manager, when I was in another district, they came in and said, you know what, you can't have, what are those called? Those plugins, for example, blade plugins. You can't have Clorox wipes. I mean, these are just like risks that they look at from a different lens to ensure that we're following the standards, the ed code, and the safety to prevent any kind of injury.
So this role would be more present. In some ways, it sounds like, well, no, that's wrong. Sorry, I'm editing myself. So part of the role is here because we are talking about, teacher in 5th grade classroom has surgery and goes out and they are gone for a certain amount of time, and that person would be in correspondence both on what like time frame is for them to be gone, time frame for returning, as well as any accommodations that they would possibly need. So we have that kind of relay. So some of that's in here, like probably district and correspondence related.
Correct. And they could go out for an injury or personal injury, maternity leave, workers' compensation. Sometimes they have an ill parent or something. They're struggling themselves with a health condition. There's a lot of reasons why people would leave, and having someone that can focus on this and maintain the timelines, because there are timelines involved. It's been a shared responsibility between business and HR.
And so this person will work between the two in order to make sure that all of that was taking place. I'm assuming that there's, I'm making a leap. I'm assuming that with that time frame management, that would assist the district financially, also in some ways with loss of access to an employee in a timely manner who's already, in that job and able to come back at appropriate times, versus missing out on contacting them and saying, hey, your doctor said you're able to come back. Are you able to come back? Those kinds of things.
Yes.
Definitely those kinds of things. And there's also cost. So there's additional cost whenever somebody's injured and out. We're paying a portion of their salary, and our insurance company is paying a portion as well. Plus, we're paying a substitute to replace that person's work as well. And that we are not allowed to hire a position if somebody's out on workers' compensation. So you could be out on workers' compensation for 2 years or more even, and we're not able to put a new person into place and make a hire. So managing those timelines and making sure that the system is running well, the communication is ongoing and immediate is very important. Go ahead.
I was just going to add that the communication is important, and also with the supervisors, letting them know, and with our employees going to the doctor every 6 weeks, they're constantly getting notes. So the note comes back, says they're ready to come back, or they have more restrictions, or so there's a lot, like every 6 weeks, an employee is going, to get an update, work status.
And the way it intersects with the business department is typically leave accounting and the payroll. We might have to adjust payroll for different things, or adjust their drawing down their sick and vacation leave balances. And again, it's formulaic. It's not just straight, the person's out today, so they take a day. It's formulaic, and they might be taking a third of a day, and then part of it's going through a leave, like workers' compensation or something like that. So it gets pretty complex, and does require the coordination. We've already been coordinating between departments. So this position would be an extension of that, actually just an amplification and solidifying that role.
So that's one part of it, and then the other part, like you said, is basically, it sounds like working with business services through M&O in some ways for, like you said, the tree roots raising sidewalks that need taken care of, which we do tend to walk by those things and not think about it. We're used to sidewalks that are lifted a little bit, but it's a different issue when we're talking about our accountability levels, is what you're saying.
Right, and the law and how a displaced curb can end up costing hundreds of thousands of dollars if an injury results. You know, if there's a significant enough lift, like you're talking about, something that can look pretty innocent can turn into a lawsuit.
In addition, they would be responsible for Cal OSHA standards, making sure that we're up to speed on whatever we're required to do. So like COVID was a big part of that, and we managed to get through the reporting and all of that internally, but having someone responsible for anything that changes along the way, any sort of new laws or like workplace violence, notification just came up, like a lot of things that changed, and Cal OSHA is another one that would be part of that. We have an IIUSP, it's an injury, illness, and prevention plan, school safety plans. And again, this is a new position, so we're not sure how much time we're going to spend on everything because it all depends on how many people are out, some of the activities that are going on at the site. So we're eager to see where most of this time will be spent, but we do spend a lot of time right now on leaves.
Yes, I would compare it to 2 months ago we had, or 3 months ago we had technology, and we've had technology for years. What we didn't have was Dwayne. And I think we can all see a significant difference in how we even just talk about and think about technology now that he's in the room. And I would put that similarly to this with this injury and illness prevention.
See, I like that name better, but anyway. Just saying.
Okay.
And we are open to changing the name. HR coordinator, we could leave it as that. We did both so that they could have some HR functions as well as some risk management.
All right, trustee
So
Desai.
that leads to my next question. So as some motion makers for this item, so I'm gonna consider to bring it back and say, this is the final decision about the name, the title of the position, or we just go forward with that adopting, approve it today. So what will, because
Well,
it's
I
discussion
would
here on the floor and it secures, thank you for the explanation, because some of us, it feels threatening. But we don't want to make it feel like that for applicants to feel that position, or, so that's what we, as the motion makers, so what we gonna be able to decide on.
Are we stuck with the name?
Yeah.
If we vote.
No.
it's- yeah, Go ahead.
Okay, I just want to jump in. So like Dr. Burke mentioned, this is an industry title. So when you're recruiting, if you don't have that in there, you may not get people that are trained and have experience as risk managers if it's not in the title. So that was part of the thinking. If we just have it as HR, it is in the job description and it's fine and it's our job description. And we can see who applies, and if people don't apply, we can come back and amend it, or we can leave it and see. We can make a change today. It's up to you. My only concern would be, if people are looking for a risk management job, they would not look at us because they would not see that in the title.
The happy compromise might be injury and illness prevention, because every risk manager knows that phrase. It is a core essential piece of risk management. So if we were going to do a different title and still wanted people to know what it meant, I think that would be key. IIP. Injury and illness prevention.
And also to add that, we want to be in compliance, and I know this person will be in charge of finding that compliance that we need, right? But that's what the title is for.
Any other questions? All right. We have a motion to approve job description by trustee Benicore Castaneda, a second by trustee Lizarraga. Please vote.
Item passes unanimously.
Item 12C, to approve the job description for Information Systems Coordinator. Do I have a motion?
Move to approve.
Second the motion. Okay. Dr. Kevin.
These two are, we're on C, right? Only on C? Okay. So the job, has been updated to, reflect industry standards and the needs of the district. So I know that Mr. Crossey's here, if you'd like to come up and just expand on this position.
Good evening again. So this specific position is related to, make sure I'm on the right one, related to data reporting in our district, data analysis and reporting. So, and also providing ad hoc reports as needed in terms of negotiations or any type of student performance, and including staff data as well. So this is a senior position in our district that would be involved. It would be sort of like my cabinet level.
Questions? Dr. Kraft?
Yes, and I wanted to share with the board that we're approving the job description right now as part of our restructuring our technology. And the position will be posted internally.
All right, motion to approve by trustee Sarmiento, second by trustee Avalos. Please vote.
Item passes unanimously.
Item 12D, to approve the job description of network analyst. Do I have a motion?
To approve, second the motion.
Dr. Kevin?
This is another position, again, upgraded to reflect the industry standards and also the needs of the district. Mr. Crossey, if you'd like to speak to this one.
Yes, so this is the, this position is responsible for a lot of the things that I speak about when I say safety and networking, cybersecurity. This is the person doing the basically all of the work, and partnering with me in the design of system analysis and design of the various systems and product selection, making sure that we choose the best cost-effective products for the district.
Questions? All right, motion to approve by trustee Bettencourt Castaneda, second by trustee Lizarraga. Please vote.
Item passes unanimously.
Item 13, business services. 13A, facility and safety update. Dr. Burke.
Yes, thank you very much. Just a quick update in the ongoing scheduled updates on facilities and safety. So the rain flood impacted spaces, it's almost complete. We can almost stop talking about that job. Rancho and Lincoln Acres are fully complete and they're using those spaces. Palmer Way, the rehabilitation is complete, and they're redesigning the space. I think they're bringing their stuff back in, their equipment back in. So the contractor is done. It's our employees who are now rebuilding. Kimball, that counseling support area with psychologists is complete and in use. And there is that one classroom still waiting on flooring. I got word today that that should be complete within days. But fingers crossed, you know, when I see it, I'll see it. Fields and playgrounds, Olivewood is finalizing. They just got a little bit of turf space left to lay, but otherwise that one's almost completely done. And then they will, as we've discussed, metal detect it to get all the nails out, things like that. They have a play structure that was built, and they're going to have the pour-in-place put in next week, which is exciting there. Kids are fired up. Las Palmas, tent fencing is going up. So we're ahead of schedule on the turf fields and playgrounds. So tent fencing will be going up before Thanksgiving break. And we are going to get started on that right away as well. We didn't expect that one to start until winter break, but we're ready to go. So might as well get it started because it is a workable space. Lincoln Acres, same thing. They started on the upper play structure, and now they're prepping for the turf there as well. So they're already leveling and doing that heavy lifting to get that ready. Last but not least, we have our partner Rady's Children's Hospital that we have a long-standing contract with has made a request that we improve our nurses' parking spaces, the ability for nurses to get in and out quickly. So we've been looking at our sites this year. We've even gone out with the city, Steve Manganiello, to look at different options of how can we paint nurse parking zones and things like that. And there aren't a lot of options that are great for us, but they did give us permission to cone certain spaces during the day and put nurse parking signs up. One of the things that we think that we can do to improve this long term is, and you'll see an item next board meeting, is to get automatic gates at our schools so that the nurses can access staff parking during the day, park close to the office, and quickly access the office and get back out. Those automatic gates would also facilitate, the safety of employees' cars and possessions in the cars, as well as provide more safety for our employees. The gates are heavy. If you've ever moved one of those, they are very considerable. I've actually injured my own back on one of those a few years ago when I was in a different district. I tweaked myself trying to get one of those gates open, and it was really hard. And so getting them automated is a big help for our M&O and custodial teams and so forth. So that is something to be looking forward to next month.
Any questions? Item 13B, to approve compensation agreement with the City of National City for the purchase of property retained for future development. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Dr. Burke?
This is a very small parcel of land next to Stein Farm, and the city intends to purchase it and connect it to Stein Farm and build upon that museum opportunity that is there in history, living history experience. So they'll expand upon that. The city will purchase the land, connect it to Stein Farm, and enable them to expand. How this involves us is when the city purchases or sells land, ever since they changed the redevelopment laws maybe 5-7 years ago, we now would just get straight compensation for that. So we would be compensated at a portion of the proceeds from the sale.
Even though it's not, I'm assuming it's not our property.
Correct.
Just clarify.
Yes, when the city is involved in acquiring or selling property, that impacts our district in some way. So therefore, we receive compensation.
Okay. Questions? All right, motion to approve by trustee Lizarraga, second by trustee Sarmiento. Please vote. Item 13C, to accept donations. Do I have a motion?
I second.
Dr. Burke?
Yes. Sorry about that. Yes, we have 3 sets of donors tonight. We have 1,000 pairs of children's underwear. That's awesome. 100 pairs of school. And for that, we'd like to thank Undies for Everyone. And then we have Studio One donated to Central. That's related to yearbook sales. And then North Island Credit Union for the Read Across America writing contest.
Question? Okay. Motion to accept by trustee Bettencourt Castaneda, second by trustee Avalos. Please vote. All right, item 14, board cabinet communications. Trustee Sarmiento.
Yes, I'd just like to say that I was very impressed with our students, as always. They're wonderful kids. They always make us look good. Also, kudos to our volunteer of the year and our, or of the month, and our employee of the month. Also, I don't know if everyone was aware, just in thinking of the PBIS, today is the National Day of Kindness, in case people didn't know. And it also coincides with Dr. Cameron's birthday, our former superintendent. So I don't know how that worked out. That's all I have. Thank you.
Trustee Alvarez.
I also want to thank all the students that came and spoke. They did a great job, especially letting us know about FOSS. That was very interesting. And of course, recognizing our volunteer of the month. I think that's always great that a parent could come, and I was glad that her family was here. That her friend, she's got a young boy in Sweetwater High School, right? I think that's really great. And also, I've got so much to say, but I do want to say that I did go to the Cubby, and I want to thank our Dr. Brady, superintendent of reading, on Saturday. He came all the way down here across town, and it was nice to see Joe and Annette, Jocelyn, you were there for your child, and I got to speak to our to the keynote speaker. And she spoke to everyone who was in line. She did not rush them or anything. But one of the things that she did say was, which I thought was interesting, is that when her children were little, she took each one of them one by one alone, like for a luncheon or dinner. Well, my children are now older, and I have 11 great grandchildren. So I'm going to start doing that. I'm going to get each grandchild, either take them to lunch or to dinner or breakfast, and talk to them and see how they feel, what they think. Not all the time do they speak to their parents about anything. And so I'm looking forward to doing that. And take them, well, I see them all the time, but anyway, I'm looking forward to doing that. And everybody that came to speak, that was great. Dr. Berkey did a great job. The principals, I know it's been hard on them for everything that they've gone through for the last couple of years. We've had children that have fallen behind because of COVID, because they didn't understand the computer thing. So we understand the hard work that they're doing, and I'm very proud of them. That yes, maybe we're not as high as we should be, or we're not in the middle or in the low part, but you can see that they're really working hard at it. And they have that passion, and the fact that they're here in the National School District and that they've stayed here. And I want to thank Ms. Kamala for everything that, Ms. Kraft, everything that you come up with, great ideas, and that's good. Thank you. Mr. Burke, thank you again. And everyone here. And happy birthday, Mr. Cameron.
Trustee
Thank you for
Benker.
listening.
Trustee Benker Castaneda.
Thank you. I just wanted to also congratulate our students from John Otis for their FOSS presentation. That was wonderful to see them present. Also, congratulations to our volunteer of the month and our employee of the month for November. Thank you to all of our principals for their presentation, and congratulations for their awards for their PBIS. I hear we have some competitors out there, so I'm sure they'll be receiving some upgraded awards this next time around. Wanted to say GABA seemed very well attended. I was there just sharing my expertise. I was not supposed to be there as an attendee. I was just volunteering my talent. I ran out. I think I just saw a couple of you guys there. So, and some of you while I was on stage. But there was several of our parents there, so it was very well attended. Wanted to share, I think I briefly said, as a delegate, I was able to attend the CTE visit for Sweetwater High School. They are a Golden Bell Award recipient. So it's nice to be able to attend their visit as a neighboring district for their PT program. Considering my child went through the program and now to be able to go behind the scenes. But they're doing wonderful things for students. However, I want to be able to share in with that because our children benefit at such a younger age. I know sometimes it's not understood that our children can benefit at a young age, but our children do benefit. So it's amazing that all the wonderful things that our district is doing. So we can do it. So I am glad to see all the things that we're doing. That Dr. Kraft, that you are so innovative with our district. So I am very proud. So thank you so much. We have such wonderful leaders. So I appreciate that. Let's see. I'm looking forward to CSBA for all of us that are able to attend. As a delegate, I'll be up there a little bit early, and I look forward to coming back and presenting all the wonderful things that we will be learning. And let's see. I want to wish everybody a happy Thanksgiving, because I think that we will not be together beforehand and before. I want to wish my husband a happy 25th wedding anniversary. We celebrate in a few days. So I will be off to a wonderful vacation in a few days. So thank you and have a wonderful evening.
Trustee Zadigan.
Thank you. And happy anniversary. Well, thank you so much. I would like to shout out the students as usual. They get wonderful every 10 minutes. It reminds us that the world's changing and we need to adapt to the new changes as well as the rocks that they present to us and the planet. So thank you so much for a generous student. And also I would like to shout out to Ms. Shauna Paul, our special education teacher of the month. So yeah, it takes commitment, and I know she got her assistants that they're working with her, and knowing Ms. Rojo talking about her and how she calmly controlled the situations on the class. I cannot be, I just don't know how she does it, but she makes miracles in the classroom, and the kids thrive and they can come down under her direction. And it was very amazing to see her mesmerizing by her ways to do things in the classroom. So thank you for being here with the family as well, that you say no, it takes an effort. And also to Miss Marlene Eguia, and I don't know how many we account those volunteer hours, because everything reflects on money and investment and time. Time is priceless when they have this type of knowing the principle. They talk about beautifully about the volunteers, because they there every single day, and the father was like nodding, was like, yes, she takes away time to me, but she invested on our kids, which is great, and that gratefulness on his face was nice to see that. So, and I just want to congratulate the past school awardees for the PBIS, and today's awardees for the special recognition for the PBIS efforts that they do. No matter how strong situations hit us, we are a very strong community. I want to shout out to every single person that is involved in a child's education. So from the school, from the technology department or safety, to every single one that is involved in a child's education. So this is a great community, and I'm strongly believer that we can do our best effort. Not because we're sitting down and sitting on words, but when you see it in action, it's a totally different story when you connect with them. So thank you for everybody on this district, and we are a very strong community, and it shows when a district commission there watching a picture, having somebody high five to children to this level, and that means a lot, and that means a lot for a child, and for sure they're not gonna forget, and they take those milestones with them. So thank you, and shout out to every single person that works in NSC. Thank you. And happy Thanksgiving to everyone.
Dr. Burke.
Yes, it's my great honor on behalf of the board, executive cabinet, and all the staff of National School District to thank our veterans. We had Veterans Day on Monday. Thank you very much for your sacrifice. Thank you for your service. We realize and recognize that we get to focus on this work because of the sacrifices you've made and all of you given to our country and our children and our citizens. So thank you very much.
Dr. Kevin.
Okay, I'd like to start off by thanking Mr. Vieira and his students for a great presentation. Also, congratulations to Shauna Hall. I know that she's a miracle worker. She does great work. And thank you for everything that you do for our students. Also, thank you to Mrs. Eguia, I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly, for volunteering at John Otis and for providing the support that the school needs. And I appreciate that. Also, thank you, Dr. Brady, Dr. Kraft, Mrs. Garcia, and the principals for all the presentations. Very informative and very engaging presentations. Also, just a reminder, happy Thanksgiving, and I'm very grateful for my family and our NSD family.
Dr. Kraft.
Yes, a couple of comments. I will provide the board, I did a 10-year data trend. I actually have it, I'll just present it for you during the board memo to show growth patterns across districts, pretty much mirroring ours. And I'll provide that data for you in the board memo. The other piece that I wanted to share was that Ms. Avalos brought, Ms. Avalos, I can't remember their names. Juliana and the executive.
Top person, I can't remember.
The executive, very kind people. Executive director from Scouts. Scouts has now integrated both Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts, and so the Scouts troop. And again, it's something that we want to expose our children to, give them the same opportunities as other kids have. And so we came, Mr. Sanchez came, we want to put it into our expanded program offerings. We can't host it as a district, but we will help them to help set it up at the schools. And we had a nice long hour meeting, and a lot of the opportunities that they're going to give our kids is outdoor experiences, camping, the race car thing that was very exciting. Yeah, and it was, I'm very grateful that it was brought to us and that we're working on bringing that. So we're excited to bring updates to the board on that. Again, thank you to all the presenters. There was a lot of work put into it. Congratulations to Volunteer of the Month. I'm always just so impressed on how giving they are. I do, like everyone else, want to give a special shout out to Ms. Hall. I've had the opportunity to hang out in that class, and it is magical. And she's very committed to those students and very much appreciated. With that, happy Thanksgiving.
Dr. Brady.
Yes, it's late and a lot has already been said, so I'll just say ditto to all the great things. One thing I did want to share with the board is that yesterday I had the opportunity to go to Pasadena as a presenter at the Green California Schools and Higher Education Summit. 2 model districts were asked to come and present our Green Ribbon Award activities and programming, and National School District and Lake Tahoe Truckee were the 2 districts selected to do that presentation. So felt very honored, and we got some really great feedback. Everybody took my card, which was like fun in the session. So I anticipate we'll get some great collaboration out of that. I want to thank our 2 trustees, Trustee Miseria and Trustee Avalos, for being on the task force, the year-long effort that we understand is not going to stop, but will start to pick up momentum. I also want to thank the veterans for their service and wish everybody a happy Thanksgiving. Thank you.
I'll try to be quick. Thank you to our DEI task force. Thank you to our principals. Thank you to our students. Thank you to our presenters. And for the students from Mr. B's class,
try this statement on for size, I lava igneous rock, and go with that. And then happy Veterans Day. Happy's not the right word. Thank you that we are able to have a Veterans Day. And thank you as well that that is a way that you have honored and given and sacrificed. Happy Thanksgiving to everyone. Congratulations on 25 years. Dr. Cameron shares his birthday with the ever illustrious and fantastic 27-year-old named Anthony Gates. So that's my son's birthday today. So happy birthday to Anthony. And with that, we are adjourned.